I guess we'll just get into it then.
Yeah,
Get everything recording. Okay.
definitely recording.
Yeah, definitely recording. Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
good.
yep. Recording for 30. Oh God. Okay. Yep. This is, I believe, the last episode we're going to be doing on Batman the Animated Series and/or New Batman Adventures.
Yeah, if they count as one, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, yeah, I that gets called into question even within the last 4 episodes here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's continuity.
Yeah. So yeah, we have
Up to...
4 more episodes of the new Batman Adventures, and then we have 5 crossover episodes, which is kind of cheating because there's a 3-parter. I don't know if we've teased that at all, but one of the Superman episodes is a 3-parter, which is kind of wild, but
And it was released as a movie in home media.
oh
They just,
right.
cut them together. We could have put that in the movie tier. We actually discussed it when we were doing the movie tier list. And we were like, yeah, that doesn't really count. Like edited, like it's still a TV show. So
Right, yeah.
we didn't include that. It's not like Mask of the Phantasm or whatever.
Yeah, no. I'm glad we did it this way. Yeah, I guess, just get right into it then. We're gonna start here with, a pretty wild one. This one, just to get ahead of it, try to figure out what the fuck is going on in this episode, because we were watching it and think it was over halfway through before they finally spelled it out that we had any idea what was happening, like where this was going, I guess. Not that it's hard to follow, just that it's like, where is this headed? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's kind of like 50-50 on my familiarity with these. Like, someone was like, yeah, I sort of vaguely remember this, and then someone was just like, I'm not sure what this is or where this is going. This is one I was like completely blind. Like, just from the title, it just didn't ring any bells. I don't know who the villain is. I don't know where we're going with the plot. And we're just, yeah, usually you can tell where it's going, but for both of us, we spent most of this episode thinking, where's this going? Like, who's the villain?
Yeah. Especially, the title is Chemistry, which that could be anything.
It's me, the chemist.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write you a prescription for pain.
Is that the rat face guy from Batgirl Returns, I think? Anyway.
Oh, I thought you mean the Midler? Oh no, I was thinking of John Glover in Batman and Robin.
Right.
He's the chemist.
Yes. This episode starts off with a wedding. Bruce and Tim and Barbara are attending a wedding for Veronica Vreeland. Remember her?
I thought where you going there. I thought the three of them are getting married.
That might be some questions.
No,
I think.
They're attending a wedding.
They are attending a wedding of Veronica Vreeland and a guy who looks strikingly like the werewolf guy from Moon of the Wolf. Like,
and we were so like up in the air about it. We're like genuinely considering if it was the same character, and if that was like the villain. Like, is he coming back? Where's his sick guitar riff?
Yeah, right. But this is the first appearance of Veronica, I think, in this show, which
It's hard to tell. I mean, there's a few redhead women in the show. She could have been in a bunch of episodes, but it's hard to tell until they name drop her.
I mean, after Catwoman, she could have been in every episode. We didn't recognize her because she looks different. But no, like, she's here and she's getting married. And while Bruce is at the wedding, I believe he hits it off with some random blonde woman there. Like, they start dancing, and I believe Tim and Barbara take note of it and like, oh hey, he's out there doing something, which is interesting. So they it was this thing of just like, oh, he's dating a woman now. Like, they just goes from they're dancing to they're seeing each other to he proposes to her. It's fucking crazy.
Let's address this now. This episode's pacing. This feels like it should have been at least a two-parter. A lot happens in a short amount of time.
Yeah. There
are no multi-parters in the new Batman adventures at all. They are all single parts. And World's Finest is a three-parter. That's a Superman. That's Superman.
Yeah. But yeah, no. It starts blitzing through these concepts of Bruce falls in love, Bruce proposes, Bruce then quits being Batman. Like, he's just like, I found happiness, and it's this woman who, again, like, he met a couple of days ago, as far as we're aware. And,
yeah.
But he's not acting weird outside of that. It's like, that's a weird thing for him to do, but he's not being any more emotional or anything. Like, there's nothing that makes it seem like this is out of the ordinary. It just seems like it's going too fast. So we're just like, okay. So, I mean, which I guess it's alright because he has, Batgirl, Robin, Nightwing. He's, I guess, capable of quitting.
Yeah, I guess so. He's like trained up the next generation, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it's like, okay, sure, but also you know for a fact it's not gonna last. So
well, that's a problem with these sort of these shows. They have to hit the reset button every time.
Yeah.
It's like the biggest thing is almost like The Simpsons. It's like the biggest one. Like, no matter what happens, at the end they have to reset. Well, that's not the best example. They've killed off a few characters in The Simpsons, but
right.
You know what I mean?
Oh, they're not killing off characters here.
They're going to kill off important characters in The Simpsons.
No,
and they're not going to. Batman's not going to retire.
Yeah, it's still the new Batman adventures. It'd be kind of hard to have them without Batman.
That'd be a hell of a. This should have been the last episode before Batman Beyond. And then when he meets Terry, he's like, "Oh, I got a divorce or something." She wasn't right for me. I don't know.
Yeah. So he, so that happens. He gets married, and then, like, immediately he gets a phone call from Veronica, who, I remember this scene was kind of, like, not knowing where this was going. We were just like, because she's just, like, freaking out. She's like, there's something wrong with whatever this face is that I just married. And, like, it shows him, like he's in the bathroom or whatever. And I don't know, it's like, where it ends up going is, like, it makes sense, but it was just kind of like, what is happening here? And then, she, like, runs away from him and, into this safe that she purchased. Like, they made a point of, like, she has a laser safe. It's just like a big closet with instead of a door, it's just a bunch of lasers that, I don't know, melt shit. And so she runs in.
Yeah, I mean, usually you want to subdue criminals, not cut them to pieces, but what do I know?
I don't know, yeah. So, yeah, she runs in there and then turns the lasers on, and then the guy just walks through them, and then there's a bunch of, like, gaping holes in his body full of green stuff.
At that point, I was almost thinking. So yeah, we were just at this point on, we were just like really trying to figure out where the hell is this going. Also, just quickly acknowledge like the marriage thing. It just feels like Mask of the Phantasm. If Mask of the Phantasm was like compressed into like 10 minutes, not even that. Because it's like this dilemma he's having at the minute. He's just like, oh well, can I still be Batman, or what would happen if I'm happy? But like you said before, though, the dynamic is a little bit different from Phantasm, because he does have this extended Bat family now. He now has 3 people who can take over, whereas in Phantasm it's like, well, there's no Robin in Phantasm, so he's just by himself.
Yeah.
But anyway, just an interesting observation. Yeah. And then we also get the line, whatever it is, I like it. It's called happiness, Bruce. And he just says, like, so sternly and angrily, just like, whatever it is, I like it.
No, he says it with, like, Yeah, the usual monotone, but the face is like very angry looking, and he's just like, I like it. And it's like,
Yeah, he looks like
alright.
he doesn't sound too happy either though. It's called happy. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I like it.
Very weird.
So yeah, cutting back to the guy who's walking through lasers. We were still speculating as to what the villain is, and I was like, he's got like green on him. So at one point we even like, is it Killer Croc? Because it kind of looks like his skin. And you know, he's a master of imitation. From being, I guess this one's could also pass for Harvey Bullock.
Yeah, impersonation is his MO.
Clayface.
Yeah.
Clayface, you know, the impersonation. But yeah, we're still confused.
Yeah, and then...
And he just walks through the lasers, which is a pretty good scene. It's kind of another one they probably enjoyed animating because it's pretty creepy looking.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't remember what happens from there, like what happens to her, but Bruce ends up basically just going over to where she lives, like, you know, her mansion. And he ends up having to rescue her. And I remember it burns down the mansion. I don't remember if it's caused by... I don't think it's caused by Bruce. I think the guy does it.
No, I remember he had to get her out quickly. I remember that.
Yeah.
She was stuck in there.
So she's stuck behind the lasers, and he's just like, oh, I know what to do. And he takes one of those big, like, giant vanity mirrors. Like, there's like a big, like, folding thing.
Like a floor mirror, yeah.
Yeah, and then just sticks it to the lasers and reflects them, which I guess they fired off from one direction. But anyway, yeah, he just...
What a great security system.
Yeah, he immediately thwarts the security system. It's like, oh, great. So
it's easily thwarted, and if it does happen to work, you're left with like a dismembered body on the floor, like burnt and charred. I don't know about the security system. I'm not investing.
Yeah. I remember, yeah, he gets her out as Bruce, like he doesn't do it as Batman.
Right, yeah.
And she ends up like in a coma or something. Like she's out for the episode, in the hospital, and I think this is where we get the reveal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I think the guy goes back to Poison Ivy in like a greenhouse or something. And I do want to point out, because we just started recording this, the reason we didn't immediately suspect Poison Ivy after seeing all of the green stuff is because she was literally in the last episode we saw. That was Girls' Night Out, and so we're not expecting it to be back-to-back Poison Ivy. But yeah, that was it's another one. Was House and Garden 2 essentially, where she's making humans out of plants, and they're just I don't know, they're doing stuff.
This time they need fake skin. Apparently now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, it's like, I guess they just purely just for the creepy laser scene, I guess.
Yeah. I'm a little vague on what happens here. I think it's like because I think Barbara and Tim investigate Poison Ivy. They find out about that. I know that Bruce winds up on like a yacht, like a vacation boat or something, where I believe his wife is there, and there was something going on where that was it. Ivy was just like, why did Veronica realize that you weren't human? And it reveals his chest, and there's just like leaves coming out of it, like instead of chest hair, he has leaves, and it's like
a mold.
Yeah, and it's like that's what it was implying with the scene, is that she saw him like without his shirt on, and then suddenly it's like, oh, there's leaves here, and she's like, what the fuck? So
yeah,
and yeah, I'm a little vague on a lot of this, but I remember Bruce ends up going to... Oh yeah, I think he's suspicious because all of the men who married all of these amazing people, or all his guy friends who also married women, and it's like, oh, they all have green eyes. And it's like, wait a second, that's suspicious. So he goes to his wife, and he's just like, we just got married, so I don't know anything about you.
Yeah, the world's greatest detective.
He's just like,
Fucking...
he says something like,
Who are you, by the way?
he's like, I need, it's time I get to know you, and it's like, you didn't get to know her before you married her?
It's like, what do you do for a living anyway? What are your interests? I don't know. It's like, I don't know anything about you.
It's fucking weird. And so, yeah, it's like, oh, it revealed, yep, she is a plant person, and the thing that bothered me about this episode is I didn't get a very clear answer on if it was like there was some sort of like pheromone thing or something to make.
So what they said was I think it was initially like pheromones to make him catch her attention, but then after that she was just like tailor-made for his interests. Like all these Black Widow kind of plant ladies are all made custom made to be as appealing to their targets as possible. So it's initially like the pheromone crap, and then after that it's just they're perfect. I think she said as much. Right,
yeah. It is still kind of surprising how fast they wanted to tell this story, but they didn't give a lot of justification for why he would just like, I'm gonna marry this woman right now. It's just she's perfect.
Should have been a two-parter.
Yeah, he really should have. But yeah, it's just it's interesting. It's just a little ambitious for what they were going for.
I wonder if they just couldn't do multi-part episodes, because like that's definitely a pattern.
Yeah,
that is definitely weird. A thing.
I don't think there was any two-parters in season 2 of animated series, so I think they might have just. I don't know. There was just too. I don't know.
They just don't. They don't like them.
Maybe.
I don't know.
It doesn't.
Like the producers don't like them because it doesn't line up with their airing schedule or something. It was like harder to syndicate or whatever.
Yeah, I could see that. Something like. Well, I mean, they did a 3-parter, so I don't know. I can't tell you.
There's a lot more Superman episodes as well, is worth noting.
Yeah, true. So, Ivy shows up on a boat. I just realized that this is the second time that Ivy has like tried going after just rich people. Like she goes after Bruce, but not Batman, just because he's wealthy. So that's interesting. There's a bit of a theme there, but then she shows up. She's like takes a boat or whatever, and then it winds up on the yacht, and then she has all of these. Like she has this plan. I think it's the Wolfman guy. Is just now he's just full on just plant guy. And
calling him a Wolfman is really confusing. I know why we're doing that, but he's not a wolf. For the record, he's not a wolf. He has no association with wolves. He just looks like another character.
Yeah. He looks a lot.
Although in the last episode Ivy was in, the last episode we watched, she had like wolves made of plants, so that's pretty weird.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah, anyway. She has. I mean, it just looked like a fucking stand. She has a stand that's just
literally standing behind her.
Yeah. And
fucking like, I don't know.
And then I don't know. Yeah, this is one of those. And then action happens, and then the boat goes down.
My stand couldn't imitate the perfect man. I kept referring to the Black Widows as all female. I forgot about him. I forgot he's part of it.
Yeah.
Oops.
I nearly did that too. But yeah, that's. Yeah. Oh right. One thing I do remember looking at the notes is that at one point Tim and Barbara show up as well, and they have just like. I don't know, weed killer or something. Like they just spray it and it just like makes the guy melt. And that's why we wrote the note, "You've killed me," because it reminds me a lot of that Zelda scene, that CDI scene. But yeah, just fucking, you see these guys just melt, and it's again, it's kind of visceral despite it just being plant people. But
and I guess they don't count as no killing.
You're right. Yeah.
I did make a note there, like, Tim is, like, having a great time killing all these plant mutants, and we just thought it was kind of funny him doing that after the episode where he goes out of his way to save Annie, a girl made out of clay, who's also just the product of a villain and is not human. He's like, he committed murder, but then he's just going around like shooting all these like plant mutants. He's just having fun killing them all.
Yeah, it's...
I don't know where's the line drawn, Tim.
Consistency is not this show's MO. It's... And also, like, he keeps making jokes about, you know, killing these plant people, and it's like, one of them Bruce married, so...
Yeah, I remember, I can't remember what it is. Yeah. Where does he say, you missed, pal? And it's like, that was his wife. Fucking little shit. That's really insensitive.
That's a quote from Darkseid 2, but no, he does say something like that. Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe the base of the Darkseid line. Tim, I don't know.
Yes. Sorry, just imagining Tim actually saying that. Hey, you missed, pal. But yeah,
he's really insensitive to him. It's like his wife.
He is.
He just found out he loved this woman and found out she's like just trying to manipulate him, and now she's dying, and it's just like, Tim, come on, man.
I remember his response. He's just kind of like, yeah. He's not thrilled about it. And then yeah, there's this interesting last shot where I think he's going onto the Batwing, I guess, like a helicopter or something. But
I can't remember.
But he's like hanging off of something, and then he pulls out the wedding ring and then flicks it into the ocean with the downing ship, which is it's a pretty cool shot.
Yeah, I like the focus pull.
Yeah,
that's why I took a screenshot of it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's just a strange episode. Like,
it would have been alright if it was 2 parts, honestly, if they just let it breathe a bit more.
Yeah, it moved way too fast. Like, they had too much story to tell, and they just crammed it together.
And, I mean, it felt like, it was like, I think that main thing was a mashup of Mask of the Phantasm in the first half, and then House and Garden in the second.
Yeah.
So it was like, it's an alright episode, but it felt derivative of two other things.
Yeah, it certainly kept us guessing, and then by the end of it, we're just like, yeah, this is just sort of an inferior version of something you already done, but which, yeah, I hate being so down on this show, but there's a lot of disappointing episodes. Yeah. We wrote low B.
Initial, we put B. Let me see. Let's. Looking at the start of C, I do think it's probably a bit more interesting than those, even if the pacing is wrong. It probably does squeeze into B, honestly.
Sure, yeah.
Despite our complaints about it.
Yeah.
Just looking at C, a lot of those are more flawed than this one. This one's big. It was intriguing. It definitely had its guessing. I can't remember the last, because, you know, it's ultimately a kid show. You know, they're usually pretty obvious where they go. But this one, I did get some enjoyment of just really not knowing where it was going with the villain. I mean, it turned out to be the most obvious thing, but because it was less obvious because of what we watched before. But yeah, I think it squeezes into B.
Sure. Put it a bit lower than these other Red Sky background. I genuinely was just like, wait, is this on the tier list? Oh, it's this one. Jeez.
Well, yeah, we'll have to just refer to as putting it on the tier list to know what the hell they even are, but that's not our fault.
It's not even just that they aren't title cards.
It's tiny.
The
font is tiny. I can't read it from here.
They're all Red Skies. It's ridiculous. Anyway.
Again, not title cards. They're technically opening shots. So.
Yeah. This one's a little more distinct, at least. Episode 22, Judgment Day. That's right.
Judgment Day for Penguin.
Batman's going up against the Terminator.
That's probably a comic.
You probably, yeah.
I'm gonna find out.
Oh god.
Oh no, sadly not. No. Yeah, typing that in just gives me a bunch of Christian Bale shit because he was in that shitty Terminator movie.
Oh, oops.
But he has fought the Predator. I know that. So Batman, not Christian Bale.
All right.
He'd be alive.
Yes. Episode 22, Judgment Day. This one starts out with Penguin doing some shady backroom dealings with Killer Croc and somebody else, I think.
Two-Face.
Oh, Two-Face, yeah. And so, I don't know, they're just... Croc is just there.
They're selling shit, and he's like, "Oh, I stole this," and Penguin's like, "This isn't worth shit.
Yeah,
this sucks."
And Croc's like, "I threw a rock at him." It's a
no,
stone.
he's not interested enough to say that this version. He doesn't have that much personality. That's too much personality for this Killer Croc.
Yeah, he's just
like, I tried to stop the city from being nuked or something.
He's a hero, honestly. Like, we should be thanking him.
He's a hero.
Yeah,
he tried to stop someone trying to commit genocide.
Yeah, no.
You know? Like, he's a hero.
He'll take Batman's place after he retired.
Yeah, anyway. So he's trying to, I like Penguin in this capacity. He doesn't get like a dedicated episode, but I really like him as a supporting character. I think because he's so intrinsically silly, I think he works better here.
Yeah.
So he's like Croc's trying to sell stuff, and he's an idiot, and it's like this shit sucks. And then Two-Face arrives, and he's like, I can't remember what it is exactly, but he just basically gets a better deal, and Croc's mad, basically.
Yeah.
And then I believe that's kind of it. So Croc and Two-Face leave, and then it kind of, I don't know what the time frame is, but it kind of cuts to Penguin just locking the stuff away back in his safe. And then he turns around and, oh my god, it's the judge. And you know it's a judge because he has like a judge's wig on.
Oh yeah, the curves.
And he's just, we've got the picture there. He's just basically completely in shadow and just with a wig. Not hesitant to call it a good design because it's so damn simplistic, but it's not. It's definitely intimidating.
Yeah, sure.
The judge.
And his voice as well.
The voice is good, yeah. And this seems to be a sort of an almost phantasm-like new vigilante. He's just like, Penguin, your angel of death. Oh wait, no. Penguin, I am the law. I think he literally says, I am the law.
Oh yeah,
Oh shit, it's Judge Dredd. Awesome. And he just kind of talks in sort of what's the word, like sort of judgmental tones. You're short, Penguin, and overweight.
Your new design sucks.
Your new design is terrible. No, he sort of like terms of the court and things like that. It's pretty good. It's not as annoying as Penguin's bird talk. He sounds a lot like Judge Dredd, you know, it's like it's time to pass judgment and things like that.
Yeah, he's heavily themed.
He's heavily themed. And we wrote here, he has like a Scarecrow, he has some very Twisted Metal black sounding music when he shows up with the sort of the choir, like do 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 do.
Oh yeah.
And he just attacks him, and if I remember, he has like, what is it? There's like something against the wall or something. He pushes on Penguin, and we're just wondering why it's even there. What was it?
I don't remember.
Shit. Can't remember. There's like just some weird kind of thing suspended against the walls, and he pushed it on him, and Penguin gets crippled. He ends up in the hospital. We have not put enough context here.
No.
Alfred, shut the fuck
I
up.
don't remember even remotely what that is.
Penguin crippled. So what I'm guessing from these notes is that Penguin gets crippled, and then Alfred says something like, "Well, good riddance to bad criminals," and then Bruce is like, "Shut the fuck up! He was my friend."
I loved him.
I don't know. We should have put more notes here. But anyway, he's the judge is here, and he's being a vigilante. We have the Phantasm at home, kind of, but he's all right.
Yeah. Well, this is just a bunch of random notes. It's like
Donovan from Streets of Rage shows up.
Yes. I remember, it's like it goes to, it's just various scenes of the judge attacking the super criminals of Gotham, where Killer Croc gets chased on like a bridge or something, and then the judge...
Right, and he gets support from, is it like the new district attorney?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we've got a synopsis here. Councilman J. Carroll Cochran. There we go.
Yep.
So yeah, this new this councilman, I almost a district attorney, or a new one, but he's like, yeah, this is pretty good. Like, you know, he's doing a better job than Batman. He's lame. There's a new vigilante, and he's being endorsed by someone who's like in the office, basically. One of the people it goes after is our favourite, the Riddler. We just when we were talking about never seeing him again.
We literally just said, like, we are not going to see a Riddler episode. Like, we are just not going to see the Riddler at all. And then he shows up in the next scene. We're like, holy shit. Well, it's just like a brief appearance of him, like, on TV. It's like showcasing the judge going around doing all this crime fighting. And it just shows a Riddler really briefly before, like, a giant bell falls on him or something. Like,
yeah, he gets wrapped in a chain. It's like, hey, diddle, diddle, time for a riddle. And then he just gets, like, wrapped in a chain. Like, great. What a fucking...
I think he gets crushed or something, because we just read down, we'll never know now, he's fucking dead. His remember, it looks like, it's like, wow, he's gone. Oops.
We'll never see him again. So, yeah, as far as we know, he's fucking dead.
Well, I'm not in this show, no.
No. Well, no, that's it. That's the show. That's this run over. He's Batman Beyond. Oh, no, he's fine. He shows up in Superman.
Yeah. But,
damn. We had a good theory there.
Yeah. And then I do remember, that eventually leads to Bruce showing up at Two-Face's two-tone building or whatever, his hideout. And there's this big action scene where
but Bruce is like, well, Batman's like protecting him, you know, he's like, oh, you're a target. He's like, I don't want your help. He's just like, well, I'm gonna help you anyway.
And then like the windows all close, like a bunch of metal it shutters basically.
Like shutters, yeah.
Yeah. It closes in, and like they're trapped in there. And then the TV comes on, and it's the judge is on the TV, and he's like, Two-Face, I'm gonna kill your ass. He says it in a more judge-like fashion, but, you know, something like that.
The court has decided death by killing your ass.
So,
sentence passed.
No, I said poison gas. Come on. What? Yeah, because the room starts filling up with gas, and, that's like, oh god, yeah.
So Two-Face has like a hatch. He's just like, he says like, I don't want to get out of this one. It's fine. I've got this hatch over here, and he goes to open it, and oh shit, it's like boarded closed. He's like, oh shit, only I knew about that. What the hell?
Right. Yeah.
So Batman has to like improvise an alternative escape. So this villain has the inside scoop, it seems.
And then Batman decides to escape by causing an explosion by lighting the gas on fire. Which
that always works.
Somehow works in his favor. He's really good with explosives in this season, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's good visuals for the kids to pay attention to, I guess. It's better than when he got locked in the safe and he had to improvise something with tape and a pulley system, I guess. Oh, yeah, that. But, and then, so they walk out of that, something, it just immediately we have, this guy, what's his face? Cochran. Yeah. He's tied and
to
he's like, because which you should say, he's kind of like, not only has he been endorsing the judge, but he's also been kind of like trying to work with him. You know, it's like they've met. It's like, oh yeah, keep up the good work and things like that. So, like, he has a line of contact with the judge. So Two-Face captures Cochrane to try and levy that. He's like, you know this guy. I threatened to kill you. He's bound to come. So he goes to the court, which is like the halls of justice, which is a good setting for the final showdown. And I think there's like a scuffle. Batman shows up. I think Two-Face gets separated. Well, yeah, he definitely gets separated somehow.
No, it's like Two-Face sends orders his goons to take the guy away and then kill him, and then while they're in another room, like Batman shows up. There's a fight, and then
he ties him to this. Yeah, I remember now. He ties him to like the Statue of Justice, and the two goons are about to execute him. That's when Batman interrupts it.
Right. Yeah, and then the judge.
Does Batman interrupt it, or does the judge interrupt it?
I don't know. I just remember the judge and Batman are both there, and they end up getting in a fight. The judge has these magical magnetic handcuff things that he keeps throwing around, which is kind of wild. It was at this point that you had asked me, like, do you know where this is going? And I was like, here's the weird thing is, like, I didn't say it, but I was immediately like, oh, is it going to be that the judge is Two-Face? And it was entirely because of the scene where, the judge attacked everybody in person except Two-Face, where he was just on the TV. And I was like, so I was like, oh, it's going to be Two-Face. But I didn't say that because I didn't understand why it would be Two-Face, other than just it couldn't be anybody else.
Yeah.
But, and then
I should say I knew before the episode even started. This is an episode I remembered.
This is like, so I was just like, I don't know, and it ends up making sense, but yeah, it ends like it just, the Batman and Judge have a fight, and then Judge gets defeated, and then it turns out it is Two-Face. He's the one doing this, and he had just developed a third personality, which was he's Three-Face. He just developed a third personality, whereas he's a hero, I guess. He's fighting villains.
A hero might be a bit strong, but
it's
what's the rationale for him doing this? But he is also literally crazy, so like, who fucking knows? He might be calling back to his days as a district attorney. I don't know.
I think I think what they imply and what made sense to me is that he created a persona to try to kill himself. Like, I don't know a better way to put it, but
again,
yeah, like that was straight up just he needed some sort of reasoning behind doing what he did to, himself, but it doesn't explain anything else that he did at all.
I try not to think about it too hard. I mean, it's just kind of a cool kind of concept. I mean, probably a bit too much rationale being put on it. I think ultimately he's just kind of crazy, and he's just... I don't know. I mean, it's you can put some rationale on it, like he's just trying to... Maybe he's trying to atone for his crimes as Two-Face by doing good, but he does it in a kind of a twisted phantasm kind of way. I don't know. I think they just had fun with the concept. I don't think there's probably put too much thought into it. I mean, I kind of want a rationale, but it's ultimately just... Here's the problem. I think this episode's pretty cool, and I do like that twist, but I would have liked it more if Second Chance didn't exist. Because they kind of stepped on... They kind of did this very similar thing where Two-Face is being manipulated by Two-Face. I think it's probably more interesting here. Like, the Second Chance treated it as more of a mystery about who's doing this, whereas this one, you don't really think about it being a twist until it actually happens. Right, like, the judge is just a character. You're not like trying to solve the mystery of, who kidnapped Harvey Dent from the operating table. Like, that's a mystery. Judge is just doing stuff and they have to stop him. But then you find out there's there's a twist to it. So I think it's a fine idea. It's totally different from Second Chance, but it definitely steps on the same ground of him trying to trick himself, you know. So I don't know. I think the Judge is a pretty cool design for like a one-off thing.
Yeah, he's cool. I like the Judge. I
don't know why he's like so physically like intimidating. I guess Harvey Dent's just a big guy anyway.
I guess so, yeah.
So it's definitely easy to animate because he's just a bald noob cyborg with a wig. So that Catwoman thing going on.
Yeah.
100% black.
Yeah.
He's like, the Judge is like, as you can see, I am 90% black. Yeah, what's there to say? It's a fun concept. It's a fun episode. It's not. It almost touches on being insightful, but not really. Like it's got a little bit more going on than most of these kind of action-heavy episodes that kind of just exist to be kind of cool, but
I think
quite there. This isn't quite. This isn't Two-Face's shining moment.
No, this is. I think you like this episode, or you give this episode a more leniency than I do. I found it just kind of meh, but not.
I remember the I like the Judge scenes, but I remember the one with Killer Croc just feeling just kind of like a drag. We completely glossed over that. We just included that as part of like we talked more about the Vittler. Because after Killer Croc as well, we did not even mention that.
Our favorite green guy, not Killer Croc. So just somewhere in B, sure. It's just so easy to put it next to the other ones.
That's just gonna be eternally the Penguin episode.
Yeah. I guess he's in the opening of it.
Alright.
So.
Oh boy.
It's time to beware the creeper. It's time to meet the creeper.
I've been dreading this with you.
So this episode starts out with Jack Ryder. Something that did not occur to me until after I think we finished this is that this is not the first time we've seen this character in this season. It might not even be like the third time we've seen this character, because I remember there's you go back to the ones for Joker's Millions, the notes. We made a joke about Jeff Bennett narrating something over a scene of Jeff Bennett, because there was like a whole subplot we didn't even talk about where there was some mob guy who was mad at the Joker, and he's voiced by Jeff Bennett, but the newscaster also voiced by the same guy. And the reason for that is I'm pretty sure that is Jack Ryder, but we didn't realize that at all.
Yeah.
Like,
well, we just didn't deem that noteworthy.
Yeah, he's very brief. He's not like Summer.
Where's Summer Gleason?
That's the thing, yeah. He's not like Summer. He's not as prominent, but I believe he has been in several episodes up until now. It's just, like, they actually replaced Summer, and we didn't realize it, which is kind of wild, because they didn't do that much with him. It was all in service of this episode, I guess. Yeah.
Leading up to this, because he is a comic character.
Yeah, this is, I didn't know anything about him going into this. Like, I remember his name from, I think, the Arkham games. At least
he's at the start of Arkham City, yeah, you have to save him.
Yeah, like, I was like, okay, I recognize that name, but I didn't realize anything about him until this episode, which this is his episode. He is doing a live sort of presentation at the Ace Chemical Factory. Like, he's doing a whole thing on the creation of the Joker, I guess. At least I think that's
the anniversary.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
And Bruce and the Bat family are just at the manor, just watching this on TV. And it's like it's like a live broadcast. It's him on location, giving this speech, and it's kind of interspliced with this like pre-recorded kind of, what's the word? Like not documentary. Recreation.
Recreation, yeah. with like actors that depict the. Was it recreation or was it like security footage? I can't remember.
It was recreation.
They definitely depict.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
was...
depict the creation of the Joker, and it's finally after. I kind of made a joke about this, like retroactively after the following episode after this one, but said after all the time we finally give Joker an origin.
Yeah.
Because this whole time he's just been around, but we finally explained in no uncertain terms what his origin is in not just this show, but like the Batman and the Animated Series as well. And it is the Tim Burton origin. We didn't figure that out already because there was the occasional reference to Jack Napier,
right?
Another Jack, and So definitely, finally concrete that the Tim Burton origin is the one that the animated series uses. We kind of already knew that from a few references, but they spell it out finally.
And while he's talking, you see Joker and Harley in the background, like on one of the rafters or whatever, just like waving at the camera, and it doesn't seem like anyone's noticed them except
Joker loves being on TV.
He certainly does.
I can't tell already.
He certainly does. Oh boy. Spoilers, get used to us talking about Joker and Harley. They're going to be around a while. Bruce and Tim are immediately like, holy shit, Joker's about to do something because he's, there. So they run out to go deal with it. The camera crew and Jack
He's
get
just there for an interview. He's just there to be interviewed.
He's like, hey, you're talking about me, hey! So Joker hits the camera crew and Jack with the laughing gas, and that incapacitates them. And then Jack, while he's affected by this stuff, gets pushed into one of the vats, like the same way that Joker did, I guess.
Yeah.
And then, so what proceeds is a fight scene where Joker and Harley and Batman and Robin are having a fight, interspliced with scenes of Jack, who is in this chemical vat, like trying to get out, and they keep like,
and he's like, it's like twofold as well, because he's reacting to the chemicals, but he's also still trying to deal with the laughing gas, so the two things like kind of mix as well.
Yeah.
And he's struggling to get out while fighting off both these issues.
Yeah, and then
he's not having a good day.
And then like he keeps getting pushed back in. Like I remember at one point, I think Joker sticks an exploding cigar in his mouth. It's like very silly. And then at some point it gets drained. Like it turns into like a giant fucking toilet. It just starts spinning and draining, and he just disappears into the drain. And then at some point, Joker just goes like, "Hey, hold on a second. You can continue to chase me, or you could try to find Jack Ryder, who is probably dead as shit right now." And up until then, they were just like, that didn't really seem to pay much attention to him. And then there's something like, oh, yeah, we better go deal with that. So they run up.
Huh? Oh, shit.
Who? The TV guy? What's he doing here? Oh, right. So they run up to the shore where the like where all the stuff's drained out to, and they see his jacket, like Jack Ryder's like coat, in like floating in the water with all the chemicals, and then it literally catches fire and burns up, which is a weird visual. It was like, oh, it burns up, and it's like, no, like acid burn, not fire burn, but whatever. So they see that and they're like, oh, he's dead. Damn. And then it cuts damn. It cuts to like downtown Gotham, where Jack is running around with like most of his clothes like shredded, and he's like this lime yellow color, like his skin is this like gross Simpsons character yellow, and he's green hair.
We got the pictures on screen, but
yeah.
I like
green
to
hair.
say out loud because sometimes I like to just listen to these.
And he's just being like really kooky, like they're implying that the chemical and the laughing gas combined to make him like really deranged, and he's he's doing, like, I just say it, like, he's acting what we described it as is just Freakazoid. He's acting like Freakazoid. He's just
Freakazoid.
being really over the top goofy. Like, I remember something, he's just like, I gotta think about what happened, and then he pauses, then he's like, thinking hurt, brain hurt, He's just being over the top silly. And he's just...
This is when the episode, you're like, oh, okay, this like sets the tone for the rest of the episode. This is the point where you're like, oh, okay, this is where this is going.
Yeah, so he runs into, we got the shots here, Ditko's vintage clothing, Jack Ryder and the Creeper, spoilers, that's what he's named. They are with Steve Ditko.
Yeah, who's like the co-creator of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually, I believe he designed Spider-Man's actual like costume and look. So, and there's it goes to Ditko's vintage clothing and the little cameo that really, this might be my favorite part of the episode. Just this mannequin wearing a suit, and the mannequin doesn't have a face. And he's like, oh, I get it. It's a question. Another Ditko character. That's such a good way to make that reference. A faceless mannequin.
Yeah, it's perfect. And so he just starts going like, hey, I need to get a costume change, and then he puts on a Speedo and a giant boa, which is actually what the character dresses like. Like, this is not inaccurate in any way. This is just what he looks like.
The Spider-Man.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of looking into this character as well when I was looking at Wikipedia the other day. And, so this origin just made the fuck up. Like, this is completely new.
I kind of guessed that from just how interlinked it is with the Joker.
Yeah. This is the page stated that the only connection he had to Joker before this was in one episode, or one comic. He was confused for the Joker at one point, which
inseparable.
Yeah, they green hair, just the same person, really.
I mean, I kind of like how they incorporated his origin into like the Batman mythos, even though it's probably pissed off like comic book fans. It kind of makes sense that this lunatic would have the same origin as Joker. It's like the chemicals and the laughing gas at the same time made him this way. Like, I can buy that.
Yeah, I didn't actually question it when it happened. And then reading up on it, it's like, oh, this character has actually like gone through a lot of changes, like story-wise. Look-wise, he kind of looks the same. It's actually kind of surprising how little this design has changed. But like, there's different interpretations of him where, like, I think the more recent ones, he's like possessed by a demon. Like, the Creeper is a demon that possesses Jack Ryder or some shit.
Okay.
And he's actually a villain. It's fucking weird.
Oh no, it's that kid, that magic kid.
Yes.
He's the brand on him.
Clarion. We haven't said his name yet because the time we did say it, that we lost a recording.
Because I don't care. Some dumb kid.
Some kid. We finally said it though.
I kept wanting to say Damien, like the Omen or something.
Right? Yeah. Fucking his cat.
Damian Wayne.
Oh yeah. Him and his cat, like, named Tinkle or something. Fucking, I remember had some very silly name, even though it was like this demon thing. Anyway, so the Creeper just wanders off into a pool hall, like on a wharf somewhere.
He did pay for that costume, by the way. He used Jack Ryder's credit card. That's how Batman finds him later.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
He's not a thief, you know?
No. He's a protagonist, I guess. He's supposed to be. So yeah, he winds up at like a wharf and Joker's goons are there, the Three Stooges guys. Like, they make more of an appearance in this episode. And
we've seen the Three Stooges henchmen before, but this is like the first time they're like fully voiced. They're all voiced by Billy West. And this is like the first time we get the full on, like, oh, they're actually doing like the Stooges voices.
Yeah.
So, it's quickly, just while we're talking about them, I don't mind the Three Stooges as a henchman, not the actual group. Like being in the show, I actually think it's a pretty good fit for Joker. My problem with them being in this episode specifically is that we have Joker, Harley Quinn, Creeper, and these three guys all being like comedic characters. That is way too much. We've got like that is way too many kind of jokey characters. That's 6. You know, like I could have this episode. We'll get back to the Creeper, but just to quickly say now, like I could have done without them being here. I don't mind them conceptually, but just in any other episode, any other Joker episode would have been better than putting them here.
Yeah, well,
that's just my opinion.
I think I got a little ahead of it. I think this is where the scene happens where Joker is like furious. He goes back to his like big warehouse or whatever that that's their hideout.
Not his apartment.
No, not his apartment. No, apparently he moved out of there. And then he wanders in there, and then there's like a big pool of pie filling.
Oh right, yeah.
Or something. I don't know what it is, but it's
like cream.
Yeah, cream. Sure. And then Harley rises from the pile of cream and then like sings a song or something. It's like their anniversary or his birthday, I think, in this one.
No, it's his origin. Like that's what Jack Ryder was reporting.
Oh, right.
He's celebrating that.
That's right. Fair enough. So, but yeah,
she's in a sense.
Yeah, and so she's doing like this, like I made you a pie, sex, and he's just like, you know what? I appreciate it, but you know what I'd appreciate more? If you figure out who this motherfucker is who's been impersonating me, and then he just kicks her out.
Yeah.
It was very silly. Yeah, keep that in mind for the next episode. So yeah, he's just like, I don't give a shit, go find out who's impersonating me, and she's like, ugh, okay. So she ends up wandering over to the same pool hall that Creeper's in, and then she sees him having a fight with the goons, and she's like, hey, you're that guy, and he's like, hey, you're fucking hot.
Yeah.
And yeah, so she's...
I should say we've coined the Stooges who we were speaking to earlier. They're the ones who coined the term creeper. Like, you're the creep. He goes, creep? I like that, but it's too negative. Let's try the creeper.
Yeah, that's when he gets his name.
When he gets that name. Yeah.
So
and he's definitely a creep.
He's certainly a creep. One. And then he does. There's this scene where he's hitting on Harley, and then people keep approaching him, and then he just kind of effortlessly uppercuts them without looking.
Yeah, he's hitting on Harley while he's hitting on Batman.
He hits the Stooges away, and then Batman walks up, because apparently he was there at some point, and then he also gets just effortlessly knocked away. And that was a weird visual. Like,
yeah, it is. Like, holy shit, this is like power, like the power levels for Batman characters. Like, he's pretty high if he can do that to Batman. He just like, I've got the screenshot there, he just uppercuts him without even, like, glancing at him. Batman's trying to sneak up on him, and he just uppercuts him away. Like, it's not even inconsistent. Like, it's throughout this entire episode. Like, Creeper seems powerful as fuck.
For a guy...
really strong.
That's whatever those chemicals did to him. Which...
Yeah.
I don't want to think too hard on it. It's...
I'm guessing he has, like, just... Like, he tapped... I'm overthinking this. He is Freakazoid, like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He's, like, tapping into that sort of, comic power. Like, the power of being a cartoon. Which I believe is actually a thing in comic books. I'm being extremely vague here, but I know there's like... It's like tapping into like the luck force or something like that, where you just inhumanly sort of... You have like plot armor. Like if plot armor was a literal power. Like that's what he has. But I'm overthinking this. Is just my theories. He's just... Basically, he's just really strong. Like he just seems very, very powerful. It's a threat.
Yeah, there's not much of substance left in this episode. Harley, I think the Creeper just chases her back to their warehouse, and then Harley's just like, hey, Mr. J, and then Joker's like mixing chemical, and he's like, oh, you nearly blew us all to fucking hell. And she's just like, hey, I think...
Not fucking hell.
Yeah, you blew us all to Kingdom Come. And she's just like, hey, I think I found the guy you were talking about. And then Creeper's there, and he's just like, hey, you're the Joker. You did this to me. I think he remembers that.
Yeah.
And Joker's just like, who is this nut? Get him out of here.
Like, I'm here. I'm gonna steal your girl as well. It's like, and she's like, no, Mr. J, I didn't lead him on. And he's like, I know you didn't. I know you wouldn't.
And then
he's a creep.
Yeah, he is definitely a creep. Then what proceeds is a prolonged fight. Like, it ends up on, like, they're on vehicles running down the highway, and they're, like, hopping around. Like, I think he has, like, a parade, like, one of those, like, parade vehicles, like a big cake
Like
on it or something.
Float.
Yeah.
Those things are famously fast.
Yeah, so. It's a lot of action. I'm not gonna try to describe it, but it
is hard to review action.
Yeah. Joker gets bested by Creeper, and then I think Batman shows up and just like tranquilizes him, and he's just like, damn, and then he like passes out on top of Harley, and it was, yeah. He spends a lot of this episode just hitting on Harley. Like, I need to emphasize that. Yeah. So then it cuts to...
I don't think it's too bad, but it is a bit, like, I don't think you'd do that nowadays, let's say.
I thought it was excessive. I found it to be a little, like that's his entire purpose in the episode is just to hit on Harley.
It's really dumb. You could have given him something more interesting to do.
Yeah.
It's like a bit of a comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to emphasize this is also another scene that I want to point out that, like, it's another thing that just made this episode feel really weird. When the whole, like, Joker mixing the chemicals thing, like, that comes up again where whenever he and Creeper start to have a fight, it cuts to, like a bell tower or something, and Batman and Robin are up there with binoculars looking around, and then Robin says something like, you see any sign of them? And then there's an off-screen explosion, and like the sky lights up, implying that something just fucking blew up.
Right.
And then Batman's like looks over towards it and he goes, I think I have an idea. And it's like it's playing like silly music throughout most of this as well, like very Animaniacs style. Like...
Right. We need to discuss the main kind of thing about this whole episode, because we've just kind of talked about the plot. But that doesn't really explain this episode fully. It all kind of comes down to the Creeper. The Creeper is... It's not bad.
No.
But, my god, he does not fit in here at all. When we said before he's like Freakazoid, we mean that as literally as possible. Like, I cannot discern any difference between... Other than, like, the voice actors and stuff. I cannot discern him from Freakazoid. Like, Jeff Bennett is just like, he's doing like this kind of Spike the Clown voice. He is extremely silly. He's good in the part, but is it the part we want in Batman? This character just feels like Mugen or something, where we've just taken a character from a different show and we've just transplanted him here. Like, I sort of reference like Animaniacs and Tiny Toons when we talk about like Baby Doll, but this is just Freakazoid. And so when we were watching this, like, we're just constantly mentioning Freakazoid. And then, like, towards the end, I was like, okay. So I kept saying, like, oh, I think this is, like, the prototype for when they would go on to make Freakazoid. I learned two things after that. So, first of all, Freakazoid already existed. Freakazoid was 2 years before this. So he was, like, I thought that, just the way he was, like, carrying on and, like, his personality and stuff, I was like, oh, they're just kind of testing the waters for Freakazoid. No, Freakazoid was already around. So that was weird. And then the other thing I learned was Freakazoid, because I knew like these shows are like Warner Brothers produced. They were sort of like, oh, well, you know, they're not like literally the same people, but you know, it's under the same umbrella. No, Freakazoid was created by Bruce Timm and Paul Dini. Literally their character. So that just raised even more questions. Like, I would understand this if this predated Freakazoid, but no, they just decided to put Freakazoid in this. And yeah, I know Creeper's an existing comic character, but like this is an animation. He's fucking Freakazoid. He's not literally breaking the fourth wall, but he is talking a lot to himself, and it's like borderline talking to the audience. Just his delivery. He doesn't quite go that far. I probably would break it a bit too much, like for Batman. That would be a step too far if he literally broke the fourth wall. You don't want that. But man, he's not a bad character, and he's not. Other than his creepiness towards Harley, which I could have done without.
Yeah.
He's not like. I mean, this is subjective. I don't like find him unfunny, but like he doesn't belong here. That's my issue with this episode. And it's not a bad episode, but
no.
Oh yeah, and there's a screenshot included here. Do you remember that scene?
No. What is this?
That's a screenshot from Freakazoid.
Oh my god. What the
So they were, yeah, I just put that in as a gag.
Oh wow.
They had a joke about Freakazoid is like fighting some crime. It's like this guy's on the only one man can stop him, but unfortunately he's on a different network, and it's like playing into that. I don't know how American networks work, but it's like one's on Cartoon Network and one's on like WB or something. But
yeah.
Basically, yeah, they're on like different networks, even though the same producers. But yeah, just he's already interlinked with Batman, so
yeah.
So
yeah,
that's the issue we're reviewing this. This is an entertaining episode, but this falls into that kind of Joker's Millions thing of it just feeling out of place. This is the most out of place of all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We now you just get the rest of the plot of the way. It has Jack Ryder wakes up and he just looks normal again. Like apparently the chemicals didn't do anything permanent, which is strange.
Yeah, he has to keep this patch on his arm.
Yeah, he's just like, oh, you got this patch and it keeps you from turning into the Creeper, and just keep the patch on and you'll be fine. And then they head off, and then he's like on this balcony, his fucking high-rise, and he watches them leave, and then he takes the patch off, and you hear him giggling as he walks back inside.
Yeah, he doesn't like tear it off, but he kind of like pulls it off slightly,
Yeah.
and he's like, oh, actually, I might be able to control it. So again, I don't know how Creeper works in the comics, or at least like 10 different versions of him, apparently.
Yeah.
But it's sort of implying that he kind of you can control his transfer, a bit like the Mask or something, you know, like you can just turn to his other persona by taking something on or off.
I believe the original version, he just has a machine that turns him into the Creeper, like he just does it on at will. So I don't think this is not a good. This is a different origin for him. This is very.
I know
much...
the Creeper. I saw that episode of Batman. I'm an expert in the character. Yeah, no, don't do that.
But no, yeah, this episode, I watched it, and I was just like, yeah, this episode was fine. This doesn't belong here. Like, I was just like, I'm watching an episode of a different show, and I think you said this about a different episode. It's just like, why am I watching this? Like this is so disconnected from what we started doing that I
said that about Critters. When I said that about Critters, it was kind of a bit more derogative. It was more like this is a children's cartoon, but in a sort of a more like Critters is fucking stupid. Whereas like I don't dislike Freakazoid. Like I can watch Freakazoid as an adult and get something out of it. So that comparison isn't quite one-to-one when I said that, but
sure.
Yeah, but this is not Batman.
It's the same level of just like, what? Like, I did not sign up for this, but this is what I'm getting. Like, they're both... I could see them being in the same series, the Critters and Beware the Creeper, but, like... It is the same series as Batman the Animated Series, the same series that gave us, like, Feet of Clay. Like, no.
Oh my god, Creeper. I mean, canonically, Creeper exists in the same continuity as Feet of Clay.
Yes.
And Creeper actually gets a couple, like, cameos in Justice League, so he is absolutely... You can't even just, like, write this off as, like, oh, it's a little, like, funny little crossover thing they did. Like, no, he's in the DCAU, officially.
Yeah.
So...
But... Oh, man,
I don't even know how to review this. I don't even know what to say. I can't say it's bad. It was entertaining.
Yeah, like we wrote down initial tier ? And I still genuinely don't know, because I don't dislike this episode, but I was just watching this like, I didn't want this. Like, this is not. I just.
I'm not. Yeah, I can watch Freakazoid. If I want to watch Freakazoid, I'll watch Freakazoid.
Yeah. It's like.
I don't know. Maybe we should just cut the difference and put it in C.
Yeah. It's the good things and the bad things about it, I would say, weigh out, and it just becomes sort of in the middle, where it's like,
yeah.
I don't want to say it's bad, but I can't say it's good, just because it's too weird.
I think that's the fairest decision.
It's just too strange.
Why don't you put it next to Make 'Em Laugh? Because that's what they were trying to do with this episode.
Yeah, true.
Well, we've got that. That's probably the most confusing one of all of these.
Yeah. And then we get the series finale.
This is it, the final episode of Batman. It's taken us a very long time to get here, but we finally made it.
Finally made it. It's Mad Love, which
It is a noteworthy episode. It is a famous episode.
Yeah. I watched a video literally yesterday that said they were like, this is one of my favorite episodes of the Batman the Animated Series. And
I was gonna review this with you, but that's fine. We're just sticking an S then.
Yeah,
Someone
no.
on the internet said
Someone on the internet was just like, oh man, you gotta see this. And I'm like, yeah, maybe.
It's alright.
It is.
Right.
It is an adaptation of a was it Paul Dini comic?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a comic of the
With
same
Bruce
name.
Timm art, it's all it's the usual suspects who did the comic.
Yeah. But they did a comic that it's the Harley Joker comic. Goes into just more of them, really. Explains their origins and all that jazz. And
we finally get a Harley Quinn origin after all this time, apart from, a few little allusions to her origin, but after all this time, ever since Joker's Favor, we're finally explaining who the hell she is and where she's from, exactly.
Right, yeah. So, this starts off with, who was it? The synopsis just skips over the opening scene. I think it's Gordon at the...
Yes, Gordon. He's getting his dentist.
Yeah, he's getting dental work done, and it turns out, the dentist is the Joker! And then Batman shows up and thwarts his plan, and then Joker gets away, but not before making a Star Wars reference, because they had to get Mark Hamill to say a Star Wars line, I guess.
Yeah, I felt like, because this is like the final episode of Batman, and they don't necessarily know what's going to happen afterwards, so I kind of theorized that. So I read the comic, very quickly, and it's the original line is nothing to do with Star Wars, so obviously they changed the line, and I'm thinking it's like, this is the last time. We really didn't want to make Mark do a Star Wars reference, because he's probably fucking sick of, referencing Luke Skywalker. But this might be the last chance we get to work with him. Fucking put a Star Wars reference in there, so he says, "May the floss be with you." So that's my theory as to why we finally got him to say a Star Wars reference.
It certainly,
because it was not in the comic.
Yeah, it certainly felt. Yeah, that seems to track really, because it felt really random. But hey, why not? It's fun. And then it cuts to their warehouse thing. And Joker's trying to think of more plans to kill Batman, and Harley is like, sex. It's like the anniversary of their...
Wait, that's what she was alluding to?
Oh
my god, I didn't know it. This is a children's cartoon. I have discussed it. I'm gonna write a letter to Paul Dini. I think some people may have a sexual attraction to Harley Quinn, and I don't approve. And I think you may have encouraged them.
How could you? Oh wait.
So I'm just gonna say this on this subject. When I was reading the comic, it's not even implied. Apparently, she got her degree by sleeping with the professors there, just straight up.
Ah, okay.
It is heavily implied. as much as it's kind of a children's comic, but that seems to be what they're referencing. So.
Oh boy! Wow.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Well.
I don't know. I'm just so amused by this outfit of her with like the gown and then just the mask and
the face paint.
The face paint and the hat. It's just like, okay.
I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, but she's like, I think it's their anniversary. I think is what the occasion is.
Again.
Again, yeah.
Oh yeah, their
anniversary, not
whatever.
Yeah, it just comes right after the whole like celebrating Joker's anniversary.
Harley, stop making up anniversaries. I don't want to sleep with you right now.
Yeah. So, but she's just like, hey, you want to fuck? And he's just like, no, I'm thinking about Batman.
She says you want to come with your Harley.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom.
I've seen that clip around. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
But yeah, he wants.
You wonder what shit that poses in the screenshot.
Yep. But yeah, fucking. Oh yeah, why don't you just shoot him? There's some banter where. Oh yeah, something with fish. I don't. Yeah, he said something with the. Yeah, he wants to kill him with a tank of piranhas, but the piranhas don't smile. So.
Yeah.
He's being
regret to that plan.
Yeah, he's like, throw that out. And then he, I think, throws her out again after she just suggests shooting him because he's just like, no, it's got to be thematic.
That's not funny.
Yeah.
I mean, he said as much when he got shot in Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. He literally said that's not funny.
Yeah.
I think he's right.
Yeah. So then it goes to flashback of the origin of the characters, or at least.
Yeah, she's like, oh, when did my life go all wrong? And then she thinks back to when her life went all wrong.
Yeah. She was Harley Quinzel working as a psychiatrist in Arkham, and she talks with the Joker, and Joker endears himself to her, mentioning things about parental abuse and other fun subjects.
It's really heavy shit, he says.
Yeah,
for a kid show. Like, it's like I don't want to go too much into this because it's pretty dark. But it's like, oh, my father took me to the carnival and then he slugged me one. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's very serious. It's kind of wild, but yeah, she ends up falling for him. I don't remember it being much more than that, really.
Well, yeah, she's like infatuated. She's, like the other staff warn, like, hey, be careful around this guy. She's like, I'm fully qualified. And then if you read the comics, you realize she isn't fully qualified.
Apparently,
anyway, no. Kind of explains a bit more, but anyway. But yeah, she just gets infatuated, and she's very naive, and it's, spoiler alert, all this stuff he's saying is a load of shit. He just makes it up. You can guess that already, and she just buys into all of it. And then there's like one night, Batman kicks the shit out of him and then drags him back to Arkham. She's like, no, why are you doing this? And then she's like, oh, I know that all of his problems are all because of that mean old Batman. Every conclusion I make, it all comes back to Batman. It is entirely because of Batman. And she's like, oh, that mean old Batman. And then, so he's captured, and she's like, you know what, this justice system, this clearly doesn't work. So she goes to like a costume shop, and I guess she would quickly acknowledge like the first thing Joker says to her is just like, oh, if you twist your name around, you get Harley Quinn, like a Harlequin. And she's like, yeah, I've heard that before. And then she then gets his costume and just embraces that persona. We kind of said to each other, like, wouldn't it have been easy? She's literally staff at Arkham. Wouldn't it have been easier for like an inside job just to sneak him out? But that's probably out of the scope of this good show. But she breaks him out and it's a new and improved Harley Quinn. So yeah, that's the flashback. I think it's generally pretty well known. I guess.
Yeah.
Because like Harley Quinn's pretty famous. I don't know. nowadays, but I don't know how many know that. But there it is. And then we cut back to the present, and she's like still blaming Batman. You know, it's Batman's fault. And she's like, I'm gonna get him. And then what she do? She like sends a message to Batman, to like Gordon. And Batman's there, and she's like, I need to talk to you, and this is deathly serious. Joker's he's gone too far. What did she say? He has like a bomb or something.
Yeah, he's got a nuclear bomb. Wait a sec, we already did that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I almost want to say that, but that's actually happened, so I don't know if I'm just getting them mixed up.
No, I don't remember. I do remember that. Yeah, she's just like, oh, he's gonna do something like horrible, and it's too much. I need to tell you about it. And to just show how sincere she is, she actually like unmasks, and she's like, that's how, you know, she's being serious, I guess. Oh yeah.
So like they're on a pier, and Batman reaches her. And he's like, "Oh, I'm glad you came. I need to talk to you." And then suddenly, out of nowhere, there's this Joker comes. Like, you hear Joker screaming. He's like, "You betrayed me, Harley!" And he's like firing a Tommy gun at her. And Batman's like, "You know, get down." He tackles her to get down. He throws a bash around. He cuts Joker's head off. He's dead now. Oh no, he's a mannequin.
Yes.
And then, like, while Batman's like sort of wrestling with that, Harley basically just knocks him out or something, just captures him. And that's that. So we then cut to a building, God knows where.
Yeah.
Batman is chained up, hanging upside down over an aquarium full of piranhas, and like Harley's like, "Oh, you've finally woken up." He's like, "What do you want? Where's the Joker?" He's like, "No, it's just you and me." He's like, "Is Ivy here?" He's like, "No, she's not. She's not in this episode." So she's like, "Oh, I finally worked out how to do Mr. J's plan. You see, where you couldn't make them smile, but if you're upside down, then to you it looks like they're smiling. So it's going to work out. Yeah, I'm very clever." He's like, "Yeah," and Batman's like, "Yeah, genius." And then it just kind of it basically comes to a head where Batman sort of starts to explain to her, like, you really think you have a future with a Joker? And she's like, "Righto-rooney." And he's like, you fool. It's just like, Joker doesn't care about anyone. And she's like, "Yeah, but he had such a traumatic history." And he's like, "Oh, was it one about the carnival and the father? Or was it about the one where they went to the zoo and he got bitten by a fucking radioactive clown or something?" It's like, he makes them all up. And it's like, he had you pegged for hired help the moment he met you. And she's like, "No, you're lying." And then I believe Joker shows up, right?
Yeah. Joker finds out
gets there
somehow.
And he's like, "What the shitting Christ is happening here?" And she's like, "Look, Mr. J, I've done your plan." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Look, he goes in the tank upside down, so it looks like they're smiling." He's like, "Oh, right, Hal, that's a great idea. Except that there's no joking if you have to explain it." And it's like, you know, he's like pissed off because if you have to explain it, then it's not worth doing. So she picks up this swordfish to defend herself from Joker. It just made us think of that Streets of Rage 4 DLC.
The Power Stone 2 is playable now, folks. Everyone go enjoy that. It just reminds me of that because it's like a giant frozen fish as one of the weapons.
Nice, good way to sneak in our sponsorship there as well from Capcom. I think he shoves her out a window.
Yeah.
Like, that's her, like, that's her out of action for the rest of the episode. And then, it's our favourite thing to describe. There's an action scene. Batman gets loose. Oh, no, Joker's about to leave. And he's just like, "Oh, see you later, Batman. We'll do this another time." And he's just like, "Yeah, but then again, this is a good opportunity, so come back. Yeah, maybe I will kill you while you're here, even if I can't really fully take credit for it." And then he gets loose. There's an action scene. They end up on the top of a subway train, like a overground trip. Outside, like not under the ground.
Yeah.
A great moment where there's a scene earlier where Joker's like, "Don't call me Pudding. I hate being called Pudding." And then Batman calls him Pudding, and he's just like, "Oh, oh, oh." And it's just another action scene. It's not. I really want to stress that when we're reviewing these and we kind of gloss over action scenes, they're not bad and they are entertaining. We can't describe them.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like I really wouldn't mind being able to like cut to a clip of the show, but like I'm not getting the YouTube bots.
I don't think we need to.
Either of us.
We don't need to go over it every time. It's an action scene. It's fine.
It's an action scene. It's a good one. It ends up with Joker getting knocked into like an industrial chimney. That's the climax of it.
I remember recording the notes too. A lot of blood, surprisingly.
Yeah,
very weird.
So Joker's defeated. We cut to some woman in Arkham. We don't know who this is because we can only see her face and her head is bandaged, so we've got no hair. And without hair, it's impossible to identify a female character in this show. So we were thinking about it for a few hours. We were like comparing notes, and then we came to the conclusion it's probably Harley Quinn, but don't quote us on that. Anyway, so Harley here apparently glances over, and she's like, "Oh, stupid Joker! He pushed me out of a window and crippled me. I hate him." And then she glances over, and there's like a flower left from Joker. She's like, "Oh, I love him. He's so great." So, and that's the episode concluded. I think there's a life lesson in there, I guess. I don't know what to conclude from that.
Nothing good.
It's good to. It's nice to forgive people for pushing you out of a window.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's definitely...
Some people never change and can never change, Adam.
It's a good episode, but no, it really just... The conclusion is that their relationship is toxic as shit, and it's awful. Like...
Yeah. If you're in a toxic relationship, just forgive them. Wait, no, don't do that.
I don't think they're role models in any fashion. It's just,
they
man, they suck. They're fucked up.
So don't be like them. Don't be like Joker.
Yeah.
Holly.
But it's a good episode, honestly.
It is, yeah.
It is. I don't. It's just what you expect, really. It's like, well, this is the origin that you've heard about. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's good.
We still like Harley, and despite Joker's design, he's still a good performance.
He's good.
It's yeah. There's not much to say though. It doesn't quite. We put high B on here, and I don't think it quite cracks A.
No.
Despite how notable and kind of famous it is. It just, I don't know, it just feels a bit too... I think the lack of any kind of message at the end there kind of gets me. They kind of, everyone just kind of ends up where they started. And yeah, they always end up with the status quo for this show, but felt a bit more, I don't know, it just felt like we just kind of went in circles for a bit.
Yeah, that's ultimately my only real drawback, is that there's no... It doesn't really tell you anything you don't know. Really? Like, it kind of hinted at this whole backstory from the begin with, so the only thing you learn is just kind of details about what you already knew, and it's... yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe a little higher, though. Yeah, like this sort of highish B.
Next to the other early episodes.
Sure. Yeah. My favourite Harley episode, Read My Lips.
Yeah, yes. I mean, yeah, her origin is right over here, so...
No, this is her origin.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it, we've done Batman.
That's the new Batman Adventures. In summary,
it's fine. It is absolutely without a doubt a step down from Batman the Animated Series. That is unquestionable. It is definitely not as good. I would say it's still better than most cartoons, I guess.
So there are 9 episodes that we put in D or below.
Jeez.
It didn't feel that bad when we were first watching it, but looking back, man, Yeah, this show was not very good. It had good episodes. I mean, we had, and
I don't want to say it's. I don't want to sound like I'm just mindlessly defending it. I really don't want to be like defending it. But like we are comparing it to Batman the Animated Series, like the best of the best, you know.
right, yeah. I mean, we said from
It's
the
a
beginning.
hard act to follow. I feel like a lot of the choices they did were kind of for the sake of it. They kind of because.
We said from the beginning, like, this is all relative to this show, and so, like, it certainly wasn't, like, I wasn't miserable watching this show at any point. Like, I never hated this show. I was baffled by it a few times, but never was I ever upset.
A lot of our negatives were because of the inconsistency with Batman the Animated Series. If this just existed in a bubble, like Joker's Millions is fine. Joker's Millions is actually pretty entertaining, but when you say it's in the same like you said earlier about like Feet of Clay and those heavy episodes, it just doesn't make any sense. If this was in a bubble, it would be better, but it's not. Like, they kind of shot themselves in the foot by doing that.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that as well. Like, the art style is so different. Like, why even say it's the same show? It's just I still can't get over it. It doesn't have its own intro. This whole time.
That's right.
From when we started reviewing On Leather Wings, all the way up to this point, with the exception of like the Batman and Robin one that they barely used. This whole time, this has been using the same intro, so it is like officially the same show. But it absolutely isn't.
No, it isn't.
If we reviewed it if we put it on its own tier list, I think we would have been more positive. But
I think I said this much earlier on. Like, this show does a disservice to itself by trying to compare itself to the animated series. It is a better show, like just a much better show, if you separate the two. But it consistently it makes comparisons, if not actual sequel episodes, to ones from animated series. Like, it wants to be in the same continuity. And it would have been so much better if it wasn't. I think honestly the worst episode probably would have been like the Magic one, just because it's just us and Magic is kind of bullshit. But like, because it wants to be in this continuity, it wants to be a show that it isn't. Then you get stuff like Love Is a Croc in Critters, where you're just like, why did they think this is a good direction to go after the animated series?
No, those are just bad. Like, I'm not defending it. It's not even like compared to the original. What's getting me is what I'm realizing now is just how much Batman the Animated Series kind of exists in its own bubble. Because so they did this with this new art style, and this was alongside Superman. So this is when they're like doing a wider universe. They definitely did this to tie in more with Superman and make that all consistent. So like this, Batman Beyond, Justice League, even like stuff like, to a lesser extent, like Static Shock and the other spin-offs they did. I feel like from this point onwards, you can believe it more of its own continuity. Batman the Animated Series, with its animation style and its way more kind of serious tone, it's way more sort of like adult-oriented episodes. Batman the Animated Series feels like the outlier. If you line up all the DCAU shows, I think it's actually Batman the Animated Series that feels the most different. Everything after that feels more cohesive. I mean, sort of making reference to like the inconsistent character designs and things like that, but it's really here what they kind of got more of a standard. It's actually what came before that's the weird one, kind of. But it's just an observation. It's just kind of weird that it's only now they've kind of got their kind of, I don't want to say they grew, but they not grew, but I don't mean that as a sort of a stylistic thing. It's more of a we now have our style sheets, basically. Like,
it's consistent.
This is what all our shows. You can take a character from Static Shock and put them in Batman Beyond, and it won't look weird.
Yeah. It makes me wonder why they felt the need to shift things so much. Like, was that like a mandate?
I'm guessing production.
Because
I imagine the original Batman the Animated Series was like visually was very inconsistent. I don't just mean like the ACOM episodes. Like, even just episode to episode, it's just just look hard to animate. So it looked like they just kind of streamlined everything. And I said this once before, but I get the feeling that when they start doing Superman, the action, they just know the action's going to get way bigger once they've got Superman. And they're just like, this shit's going to be way too hard to animate, so they just kind of simplified everything. And, you know, I guess like Warner Bros. Just like, we don't want to spend too much money. So, that's my theory.
Yeah.
I think all this has started just because they were doing Superman.
I understand it. I do feel like it is a shame, like, because the original show it's better. It's more striking visually, and
It was starting to lose a bit of its steam though towards the end.
Oh sure, yeah. It did, but it went on too long, and then they made too many changes. Like, not just the visual stuff. Like, there's definitely a shift in writing tone in this show.
Especially because it was an episode, you know?
Yeah. Like, it's. I mean, even beyond just the weirdest outliers, the show is, you know, more action oriented, much more. It's more lighthearted. Like, there's nothing as serious as some of the, you know,
like the Two-Face debut and things like that.
Yeah. It's like their Two-Face episode was comparatively pretty silly, whereas before they gave it a lot of gravitas, I guess. There was a lot. It was a lot
I think
heavier.
a big difference. I get a feeling if we did this as kids, like we would have absolutely preferred New Adventures, and like I feel like the original show is way more appealing as an adult, probably like more so than when I was a kid. A lot of the episodes we ranked highly, I probably would have found boring as a kid.
Yeah.
So I guess like in terms of their target demographic. So I'd say you've got to remember this from the perspective of two adults. So
I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. That's interesting. And there's not much to really say about that. It's different appeal for different people, you know, different age groups, I guess. But
all right, well, we're not finished though.
No, we're not finished.
So we've done all the Batman episodes. That's why we did that little review of the whole show. But we have some episodes of Superman the Animated Series that are too relevant to ignore. Because for all intents and purposes, these could very well pass as Batman episodes. These are in the same, needless to say, the same continuity. It's just there's nothing really much dividing them other than the intro. And we've got some episodes of Superman the Animated Series to review because they heavily concern Batman.
So much so that I remember this first one. This one we were like, was this just an episode of the Batman show, and then like they just moved it over to Superman for some reason? Because
I would say I felt like that from part 1, but then when we got to parts 2 and 3, I'm like, actually no, this is very Metropolis.
Yeah. It's the way it starts. So the start of this episode is it's Joker and Harley. They are the villains of this 3-parter. And it's not the fault of this show at all, but man, 5 episodes in a row of Joker and Harley was like, man.
I said this before when we did, what was it, that first crossover?
Girls Night Out.
Girls Night Out. Yeah, so we're kind of broken the order again because these are Superman episodes. We got all the Batman episodes out of the way, and now we're looking at the remaining ones that aired as Superman episodes. So yeah, 5 in a row, but it's technically that's just because of what we've done specifically. I don't actually know when these aired relative to the Batman episodes. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Nah.
So, well, obviously this was after Mad Love and Beware the Creeper, because otherwise how would we know who the Joker and Harley Quinn are?
Right.
So, we need those origins, but no.
So yeah, this starts out with those two visiting like a antique shop or something.
Yeah.
And
in Gotham.
In Gotham, yeah. And they find there's a jade dragon, I believe it is. but it is like glowing. It is bright.
It is glowing when it is dramatic for it to be glowing.
Right, yeah, for sure. It is whenever it needs to, it glows like crazy. And yeah, they steal, they like, knock out the people in the store and then steal this thing. And then it cuts to the next night or something, and or that night, because it's just everything's at night because it's Gotham, but it has like Bullock and Gordon there investigating the scene. I think Batman might be there, just kind of introducing those characters essentially.
Yeah.
Not that they're important, just that it's, hey, it's the crossover episode, so they get a little cameo. And then, something... Oh,
there's a plane.
That's right, yeah, and then it cuts to a plane with some I guess, terrorists taking it over.
It's like, I think it's like Air Force One or something, like the president's on it.
And, maybe. I know, like press is there. Like, that's a big thing.
Some reporters on board called Lois Lane.
Yeah, this guy, the guy,
relevant.
One of the guys is just like, "Hey, wait a second, you're Lois Lane. You're that girl that Superman always saves." And that's where we were just like, "Is this meant to be a Batman episode?" Because they have stuff in Gotham as if we know what that is, but then they go to stuff from the Superman show, and they're like, "Hey, we need to establish what this is." And it's like, no.
You know what Batman is, but who's this flying guy? Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, I guess it works if you try to sell it as a movie, but
true. Yeah.
Maybe it was meant to be a movie.
It definitely wasn't the first episode of Superman.
Yeah, for sure.
Superman in his own show, gets like, it might even be like a 3-part origin story. Where they did their kind of own spin on Krypton and Brainiac's. They tied Brainiac into Superman's origin, which I think was original. But anyway.
Yeah. So, that ends up coming to fruition. Superman shows up and saves them, the president and Lois.
And then Lois, like Superman, have like this. Just their dialogue is very much kind of explaining who they are. Just a lot of exposition. You know. Again, it doesn't. This feels like it should have been the other way around, at least at this point, explaining who the hell these characters are. But I mean, it's good for us in case we forgot or something. I don't know. Something's come off Batman.
It's a good way to segue into these Superman episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gateway drug into Superman.
Yes.
Get an eye on Superman. Yeah. So yeah, and then there's finally some armed robbery in Metropolis, which like, why would you even bother? But what do I know?
And then the Lex gets picked up in like a limousine or whatever, and it turns out.
Who the hell's Lex?
Lex Luthor.
No, we're not doing this with all of every single character.
No, it's Lex Luthor. You know what Lex Luthor is. He gets picked up by a limousine.
Yes,
and
I heard once a year stole 40 cakes.
Oh my god. That is terrible. He gets picked up by Harley. Then he's just like, "What the hell? Who are you?" And then they pick up the Joker, and then Joker is like,
picked up in the sense that he gets in his limo. He expects his driver / bodyguard, Mercy Graves, but it's a different lady. And he's like, "Wait a minute, where's?" Just to say now, this is not Mercy's greatest appearances. Because she does a lot of like getting. From what I remember in the show, she's a pretty capable bodyguard. You know, like against humans, not Superman. She can do shit against Superman. But she's like knows martial arts. She's a pretty cool character. I think I've referenced her when we did the Baby Doll episode with that random secretary, because kind of reminding me of her. Anyway, she's like his driver and bodyguard. I remember the character being pretty cool, but boy, in these 3 crossovers, she does not do particularly well. She is just like tied up or something. Off screen. I did not remember
her, and then her appearance in these episodes, which I don't think she's in the other crossover episodes. She jobs a lot, so I did not get a good impression of her. So that kind of
It's a
sucked.
shame, because I like the character conceptually. I don't want to go too far off topic here, but there's like a way later in the future, there's an episode of Justice League where she takes over the company, and she gets some good scenes there. But anyway, so Luther gets in his limo and it's being driven by Harley Quinn, and then driving along is like, oh, who's oh, check out that sexy hitchhiker, and it's Joker like pulling his pants leg up, doing the old leg showing thing. Can I just say how fucking weird it is just to see Joker just in broad daylight? So we're in Metropolis now, and the last season of Batman was characterized by Gotham just having a red sky. I don't know if we've mentioned Gotham having a red sky yet. It's it's only in like half of the title cards. But Metropolis, I don't know what separates the two, but Metropolis just has a normal blue sky, so that's how you know you're in a different location. It's like in Breaking Bad, Mexico's always yellow, and Batman, London's always covered with film grain,
Unironically, I kind of like that, though. Like, they both have very distinct flavors.
That's probably why they did it.
Yeah,
Why they did it.
Makes them stand out a fair bit.
That's another thing where, like, it changed it in Batman. Just kind of feels like, why? But then when you get into these crossover things, you're like, oh, that's why they did it.
Yeah, they make them feel like different places, even more so than just the general sort of griminess of Gotham versus the clean Metropolis.
Almost futuristic.
Yeah. It helps. Yeah, it helps paint the picture.
Yeah, although again, weird seeing Joker on just a nice sunny day.
Yeah, for sure.
And then he's like, "Hey, Lex, I hear you've got a problem with like a seemingly invincible, flying, ultra-strong alien god." And he's like, I can deal with that. And like Lex is like, you can't even deal with a mortal wearing a stupid suit. And Joker's like, there's nothing. He's like a mere mortal. He's like, there's nothing mere about Batman. He gets very pissed off, and he's like, he says, well, what are you gonna do? And the Joker's just like, it's simple. We kill the Superman. And Lex is like, well, how do you do that? And he says, well, I've got this weird glowing green jade in my briefcase. So he basically just says, oh, I forget how much he says. He just says like, pay me, and I'll get rid of your Superman problem. And he's like, well, okay, but Lex, much like Penguin, Lex has like the persona of a legitimate businessman. So he's just like, okay, but I really don't want to be seen dealing with the Joker. You have a bit of a rep, so okay, I guess I'll agree to that, but please fuck off before, anyone picks up on us working together. And we kind of wrote down after doing, the shows and the movies. I think we worked out this is the 4th time we've watched someone hire the Joker.
Right.
Like, what was it like? Like The Dark Knight, Under the Red Hood. Like,
Phantasm.
Two others. Phantasm, yeah. Another one. I can't even remember.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
I don't want to get hung up on that.
Yeah,
It's a moral of the story. It doesn't usually go very well. Don't hire the Joker.
No.
So we then get cut to Joker just kind of harassing Metropolis thugs, like the Metropolis Underground. And I quite like the fact that they don't really react to Joker the same way people in Gotham would. Like, I guess he's kind of infamous, but probably like more so in his own town. Because a lot of these criminals are just like, who's this idiot? Like, why are you dressed as a clown? That's weird.
Yeah.
Whereas in Gotham, probably be like, oh shit, it's a Joker. I'm getting out. I don't want anything to do with you.
Freaks again.
Yeah. He does like the laughing gas thing. I remember it being like way more potent than it seems to be normally.
Oh yeah.
And Superman, we get this guy who is a named Superman character. I have completely blanked on his name. I know. I believe Darkseid kills him at one point. Spoilers for Superman.
That happens a couple times with us. Like
Turpin, yeah.
We just keep seeing these characters like, yeah, that's a named character, but they're not important.
We're doing a Batman review series. Fuck off. You're not a Batman character.
We don't care about you. We're not watching that Superman shit.
Yeah. A man who can fly, ridiculous. we like a rich guy who dresses up as a bat to intimidate criminals. Now there's a real grown-up show.
Hates sunlight. I don't want to see. Give me that red sky or nothing.
But yeah, so I forget if it's just like, oh, Joker's in town. This is the cool encounter of the Joker. That's laughing shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in this subplot. Yeah, we're gonna glance over a few things. In this kind of subplot, Bruce Wayne comes to Metropolis under the guise of doing a deal with Lex Luthor, and I really like that. It's good for them to share some scenes, and it makes absolute sense that they would be potential business partners. It gives them excuse to talk as a well, let's say unmasked. I mean, Lex Luthor doesn't have a mask, but you know what I mean.
Right.
No. And basically, like Luthor's saying, I've made this technology, and this will be of great value to the military. And Bruce is just like, oh, the military? Oh, no, I don't do that. Call off the deal. And Lex is like pissed. It's like, you've just wasted a lot of time. Maybe a simple phone call would have sufficed. Sorry, I'm just flashing back to the Dark Knight. And I like that interaction. I like Bruce pissing people off outside of just being Batman. And I think it probably was like a genuine potential deal, but it's really just an excuse to get him.
Yeah, I remember it being legitimate, but it is also just a good reason for him to be there. Like, it just makes sense that he's there.
Because he is chasing the Joker at the same time.
Right, yeah.
Bruce, you get married again? I can't remember what the hell that is.
Well, that's actually like a whole thing in this three-parter, is that Bruce is seriously seriously dating. Yeah, he's dating Lois. Like, they're actually like pretty serious.
I'm with that.
Yeah, that's like a whole thing, and that adds to the tension that is building between Superman and Batman. Is that at the very least, Clark Kent sees this guy just come in and starts dating Lois, and he's got a thing for her, so
yeah,
he's not happy about that. And then very quickly they find each other's identities out, so it becomes
we'll get to that.
Yeah. But and then I guess that leads to the nightclub scene.
Yeah, so Bruce is in town, he's dating Lois, Clark's a bit miffed about that, or whatever, and they're both sort of finding out what's happening with the Joker in town. And then there's this scene in the nightclub where, these are like Metropolis like thugs, they're not used to dealing with Batman. Batman just kind of comes in. I want to say this scene just kind of looks awesome. It's just almost movie quality animation.
This is a great scene.
Just almost like it kind of reminds me of Phantasm, just the way it's animated. Batman's interrogating these thugs, and then Superman interferes. He's just like, I don't want vigilantes in my town. And Bruce, without saying a word, just throws him across the room. And obviously it doesn't hurt him, but it's not about hurting Superman, it's about sending a message.
You gotta stop with the Dark Knight quotes. Oh my god.
I can't help it, it's on the mind. Hey, look, at least it's appropriate, right? I'm not quoting fucking Spider-Man or something. That would be inappropriate.
That would be weird.
Yeah. My favourite line from Spider-Man, the original movie, you're not Superman,
Oh my god.
So anyway, so Superman's like, hey, cut that shit out, this is my town. Bruce throws him across the room, and then like Superman just kind of instantly retaliates with his super speed. Batman can't do shit. That's not really the point. It's just like, you'll be rid of me. He says, I don't want you in my town. And Superman uses his X-ray vision and just very quickly goes like, oh shit, you're Bruce Wayne. And I was like, just goes, oh, you peaked. He's like, just kind of like, He's like, not surprised he did that, but he's just like, yeah, that was rude. He says, I don't want you in town. He says, yeah, you'll be rid of me soon enough, as soon as I find out what the Joker's done. And he says, Joker's got a lot of this stuff, and he pulls out a sliver of kryptonite in like a plastic baggie, and then Superman's obviously recoiling. So it's good kind of like back and forth. It's like, yeah, you'll be rid of me, just when I deal with this shit. I was like, I hate that stuff. It's like, yeah, Joker's got more of it. So he just says, I've got to deal with this, so then you'll be rid of me. And he just this whole nightclub scene is just so well executed. It's small things like he just throws the baggie into this cocktail just for it to float there, just as he walks away. So like Superman's just trying to recover and he just wanders off. It's just the smallest thing, but it just makes it seem. It's well directed, I would say, this episode.
It's also this is where it like glows a whole lot whenever he pulls it out. It's like this little tiny sliver.
Yeah,
it's like everything lights up when he pulls it out. It looks cool, but it is kind of funny how inconsistent that is. But
yeah,
no, it's
when it needs to be dramatic.
Yeah.
So Clark has had one heck of a day. He's pooped. He's really tired, and he's going to bed. And he's got like a message on the answering machine from Lois saying, "Oh, I've had a great time with Bruce." And he's like, "Oh no, it's not the answering machine. He's actually speaking to me." She says, "Oh, Bruce is a really nice guy. I'm having a great time with him." And he's just like, "Oh yeah, really now." And then he looks out the window. No, he kind of feels around and then he notices he has a tracker on him, a bat tracker, and he uses his super eyesight to look out the window. And who does he see? It's Bruce. And he just kind of tracked him back to his apartment. Who just gives him this cool little salute. And during this whole thing, though, he's speaking to Lois about Bruce Wayne.
Oh yeah,
he's such a great guy, and he's like, "Yeah, is he now?" And just looking at him, like, "That motherfucker." She's like, "By the way, I stole your girl. I know who you are, and I stole your."
Love
your girl.
that. Yeah, it ends with
so good.
Like both of them finding out each other's identities in their own way. Where Superman is just like, I have these powers. I can just see through your clothes and see who you are. And then Batman uses technology to track that. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah.
I'm a child. I'm sorry.
And then Batman tracks him down with technology, and it's like and it's
his detective skills.
Yeah. It's like it's such a good bit. I don't know if we described this episode in a way that really did it justice to how entertaining it was, but it's just really, really good. It's well animated. It's the dynamic, like the tension between the two characters is spot on.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah.
My favorite part of this whole thing, and we're going to be touching on this for the next two parts, but my favorite part of this is not that Batman and Superman meet. Oh, we have to stop the Joker and Lex Luthor. Let's team up. Yes, we're best friends. Like, no, it's not. They do not fucking like each other.
They are at each other's throats.
Not like they don't go all Batman v Superman and just like our mothers have the same name. Let's fight or whatever. It's not stupid, but it's just I guess that's something they could have done as well. Like, but their only fight is so subtle. It's just him, Batman throwing Superman across the room to make a point, and that's about it. They didn't fall into the trap of just like, let's come up with a way to let's have a fight scene. Let's get these two to fight. That would have been so arbitrary,
Yeah,
proper build-up or anything. So I just like they're kind of hostile to each other. I absolutely love that they're not just pals. Because the title of the three-part is World's Finest, which I believe is the name of their original run of comics together, World's Finest. So, but yeah, no, the fact they're not. And spoilers as well, like, even by the end of the three-parter, they're not exactly pals. Like, I just love the slow build-up.
They're a great dynamic.
It's so good.
This
it would be
harkens
so
back.
boring if they were just normal friends. I mean, they end up being friends by the end of Justice League, but, it's...
Yeah.
It's not as simple as that. And they're so different, like, their personalities. They wouldn't just be friends. Even just doing their professional work, they operate so differently. Like, Superman's like, I've got a public persona, I want to show the people and be trusted, I operate during the day. Whereas, Batman is a vigilante and intimidates people and... They wouldn't just mix together, they wouldn't just gel. They're too different.
I like it. In a way, I never thought about it this way. They have, 4 personalities, because they have 2 personas and then 2, realities to them. and all four of those things are kind of in contrast to each other. It's very interesting, and this very much harkens back to what, like, the really creative writing of the animated series. It isn't just action scenes, you know? Like, it isn't just stuff happens. It's like, no, these are actually, like, character dynamics. These are characters actually having, like, quarrels with each other that isn't fist fighting, you know? And it's really good. I wrote down A.
Feels a bit weird to do it this way, but yeah, no, we split up all the other multi-parters, so...
Oh, yeah.
Our first and only 3-parter.
Yeah?
But yeah, no, that was thoroughly good. Maybe it's like a bit higher.
Yeah, how
It's
high?
It's not S, because like nothing like that last scene's so good, but that's just like the last the last third. Everything leading up to that is just kind of fine.
Yeah, it's not.
But those final 2 scenes are so good.
It's not phenomenal, but it is exceptional, I'd say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm right with that there.
Yeah, I think that's good. All right.
Shout out to these actually having discernible, like the opening charts.
A lot more blue in these, even with whenever it's not even daytime.
I guess technically these aren't Batman episodes, so you shouldn't even be here.
Nah, but
Just a tier list of 5 episodes.
yeah.
No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that.
Nah, it's fine.
That would be insane.
They are. I mean, spoilers. They're better than a lot of the new Batman Adventures episodes. So.
Well, we're just gonna come to the conclusion that Superman the Animated Series is just better from a sample of 5. I don't know.
Yeah, if they just did this like 30 more times, that yeah, you know what, maybe. But
Anyway.
I get the feeling it's not quite that much.
No, because they had Livewire, so not that good.
I do feel kind of bad looking back on it. It's like, I don't dislike her that much. I just kind of dislike
Your
her.
only note for that episode was I fucking hate Livewire.
I actually went back and removed and reworded that slightly because I'm like, I don't hate her that much. She's just not that interesting. She's just kind of annoying.
Yeah, but fuck her though.
But fuck her. Absolutely ruined my life. I don't understand how electricity works anymore. Anyway, part 2.
This is when it gets like a bit weird with the multi-parts. Like trying to think, how did this one start?
This one is the least substantial of the 3-parter. I remember it's a lot of just kind of
Spinning its wheels.
Yeah, this one.
Well, we do get the first like actual confrontation with the bad guys. I say bad guys. It's really just Joker.
Yeah.
So we're the Daily Planet, and we're just re-establishing that Bruce and Lois are dating, and it's a lot more awkward now than it even was. But it was already pretty awkward. Now it's a lot more awkward because he doesn't approve of her dating the Batman. He's a bit of a creep, that Batman. He just don't approve of his methods and steal my girl. So then they kind of talk to the side. No Tears says, refers to the Joker as the comedian, just made me think of Watchmen. So yeah, they're doing the he does the Batman voice when he's shooting to Clark, so it's kind of funny. Just the back and forth again, like it's handled very well, just very strained. Kind of a forced alliance as well. Like we're gonna have to work together. I really don't like this other guy.
Yeah.
And then I believe we're Bruce and Lois are just on a date, and Joker's just there.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't come in announce. He doesn't kick the doors down. It's like, it's me, the Joker. I'm crashing this party or whatever. It's just no, he's just sitting on a table. Huh? I didn't see you there. Pale-faced guy in a purple suit. You just kind of blend in with the wallpaper there. I didn't even see you there. And then he attacks. He wants to kidnap Lois to get Superman's attention. So Bruce just happens to be there. It's just a good way to get everyone involved. A good excuse. And then I think like Joker's sort of like, hey, don't I know you? Didn't I play cards with you at that casino once? But then he gets his goons to shoot at Bruce, and I don't know if this is the goons being hyper competent and deliberately not shooting him, or they're terrible aim, or Bruce is just really good at dodging as Batman, but they seem to shoot like it's because this is like the new Avengers continuity. It's all machine guns, and they just fire these they just blast these machine guns everywhere, and not a single one touches him. It's almost like the old West kind of like dance thing where they like fire at his feet, but with like 5 MP5s or something.
Yeah.
And then not a single one's touching him, and then you believe he just kind of falls off the building. I think he like catches onto a window washing thing or something.
Right. Yeah.
But the point is that Bruce Wayne does not die in this scene, in case you were curious, because he thought he'd get shot to shit.
We didn't write Bruce die, so I guess no, he doesn't die.
No, impressively so, despite all the bullets being fired at him. I don't know how they managed that. But anyway, Lois gets kidnapped. Perfect fodder for... It's a good job we established that she's the one that Superman always saves, otherwise I'll be so confused. Joker's at like an industrial thing, factory, I don't even know. But she's tied up, and Joker's got his plan ready. He's got the Jade Dragon Kryptonite ready to go, and then one bit, like, it's a small thing, but Superman shows up in the anti-Kryptonite suit.
Yeah.
Like, because that was, I've seen the episode of Superman that establishes that. I don't actually remember what happens in it specifically, but it was like by Star Labs. You know, Emil Hamilton created it. So whenever he has to face someone like Metallo or someone who absolutely, you know, if he goes into a fight and he knows they have kryptonite, he has a means of dealing with it. So, I kind of like that. You know, he has his one weakness, and he does his best to counter it. So he shows up in his lead-lined kryptonite suit. Joker's like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, "Oh shit, that spoiled it." He's like really disappointed. He's just like, you know, you kind of, you're trying to get into a game of something, then you find out they're cheating, and you're just like, ah.
Yeah.
But then, like, so Superman's just kind of, he just kind of casually kind of turns away, just like, yeah, Joker, don't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna get Lois and leave now and stop being bad. And then Joker's just like, oh, hang on a second, I've got my, what's the word? The flower.
Yeah, the acid-shooting flower.
Yeah, well, he just fires it. I forget, it's like a French name or something. He fires that at him, and apparently the acid's strong enough just to melt through the suit. Like, oh shit, that didn't work. And then I think he just like fucking throws the dragon at him, just clashes against his chest. He's like, ah shit. Doesn't that go in his suit, or am I just making stuff up now?
I don't know. We didn't write it like anything for this. It's another one of those, just a lot of action, which...
It's also a sign that we're enjoying it.
Yeah. No, I remember it was fine. It was good. It was a lot of action. It involves
Oh god, we did not fight much of that about this at all.
No.
I remember Batman showing up. He like scares. So obviously, like, Superman's against the ropes. Batman shows up to save him. Joker obviously gets away, and I believe they have to. I think Batman has to use, you know, Superman's flight to just get out of there. Because like a bomb or something. They had to leave urgently.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. Even though Superman's weakened, he just has enough strength to fly Lois and Batman out of there. And one of the few notes we did make is that like Joker's been watching through a CRT monitor, but the monitor gets broken, and it's like there's a camera behind like the tube,
Oh yeah.
like behind the actual screen. Like I'm pretty certain that's not how that would work. It's just a weird visual. Yeah, it's like a two-way mirror, but with a CRT, and there's like a old-fashioned security camera behind it. It's just kind of a funny observation.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right, they use the Fulton system to get out of there. So, you told me not to reference the Dark Knight.
All right, all right.
Get it picked up by was it like the Batwing or whatever? Just
yeah, yeah. I do.
So
the next scene is really, really fun.
It is.
Like, it's like Joker and Harley are hanging out. Harley does this very silly bit where she has like a cookie that looks like Batman, and she's just like, "Yeah, cheer up, Mr. J, blah blah blah," and she's being very goofy. They're in like, and it just looks like an attic or something. Like they're in like a little apartment building or something like that. Yeah, Joker's apartment, but he rented one out in Metropolis, and Lex shows up with Mercy, and there's this very silly scene where Lex and Joker are just kind of sitting down talking while Harley and Mercy are wrestling around the room, and it just shows them like just fighting each other like back and forth while they're just having this conversation.
Yeah, it's just like a normal exposition scene, but with just this going on in the background for comedic effect.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're just playing up on the fact that they both have like kind of like female sidekicks.
Yeah, sure.
Who, yeah.
Showing their similarities, I guess, but it's just kind of it's just silly. Again, like not to be too down on either of these characters, but I do like that Mercy is somehow just a match for some lady who.
Harley's competency is. I said this once about Joker like ages ago. Like how capable Harley and Joker are in an actual fist fight just varies so wildly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, sometimes Harley's depicted as being pretty skilled, and then sometimes she's just like, just kind of a klutz who might have like a boxing glove in a gun or something like that. But yeah, that's just a thing about her and Joker specifically.
It's
sometimes
just
Joker's like as soon as like Batman grabs Joker by the collar, he's like, oh shit, I can't do anything. I'm sorry, Batman. And then other times he's like, he's a fair fight for him, and he's kicking his ass. You know, it's like I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I just think it's part of the theme of Mercy not coming off very strong if she's having trouble fighting this lady. She's like a psychiatrist. Like, all right.
Yeah, I don't. We'll do the power. Do the Dragon Ball Z Batman power level video at some point, I'm sure.
But no, yeah, it's a really fun scene. I don't remember exactly what's established other than just like, hey, you fucked up. You didn't kill Superman.
We kind of glossed over a big plot point because we kind of, because I'm looking at the next screenshot here and I'm like, oh right, the robots. The robots he was making, it was the part of the business deal with Wayne.
Oh right, yeah.
He had these. That's the problem with doing like a 3-parter. There's so much going on. I guess it wasn't. I guess it's only relevant now. So it's not too bad. Yeah, the business deal he had with Wayne for these sort of like these sort of self-serving kind of robots, and then that's what I meant to say earlier. Luthor's just like, oh, these are great military applications, and Wayne's just like, yeah, no, I'm not interested in doing that sort of thing. So that's when they had their falling out. But then now in part 2 we see the same robots being utilized for combat. And they attack Batman, who's on his patented jetpack. I think it's like Joker or Harley actually make reference to that. I think it's Joker saying, hey, aren't you trying to like steal Superman's thunder with that? Which is kind of funny because it's almost like fourth wall breaking. He's like, you just kind of need that to keep up in the city, I guess. The one he stole from Firefly.
But no, I'm stealing Firefly's gimmick.
He sees Superman, it's like, who do you think you are, Firefly? So yeah, it's an action scene. It has robots in it. Joker's there.
I don't even remember this. This screenshot, I was like, is this supposed to have happened early? No, okay. I just don't remember it. It's
not terribly noteworthy.
Yeah, it's another one of those just like action. It's good.
Yeah, we need an action scene in this.
Yeah, yeah. Which is fine because like it wasn't that heavy in the first episode, so you know. Sure, that's fine. I just do
Can't
not
really remember how it concludes. We did not write enough notes here.
No, we didn't. Oh yeah, just
the next part's even worse for notes, but never mind.
I do remember a little more about it, but
it's fine.
Yeah, fine. No, it is. We wrote down B. Apparently, it's a very nice looking episode. It's just sort of building up to the finale in the third part. I kind of see why they don't do like two-parters more often than three-parters, but like, this is.
It felt like parting.
Yeah, but it was still good. Like,
I think they could have squeezed this into two, but well, I don't know. But then again, it does give like the relationships more time to breathe.
Yeah, I don't feel like they waste a lot of time. I'll say that much. Like,
no.
This was perfectly. It's perfectly paced. Like, there's nothing wrong with it.
It's alright. Whatever.
Yeah.
There's so many things on there now.
Yeah, this is such a.
That's condensed as well. That's without like the other,
Yeah.
So anyway.
Okay.
Right, part 3.
Part 3,
which involves a boat, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that was established in part 2, and
yeah, that's how it ended. Yeah, it was the ship sinking, and it was like a cliffhanger. It bleeds into this one.
Yeah, I don't remember a thing about that boat. But I guess
it's an action scene.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Who even saved them? Jesus.
I know Superman's dealing with that because Batman is at the Daily Planet, I believe.
Right.
I do remember that's where this ends up, is that Batman and Lois are at the Daily Planet. I believe that he's fighting to protect her. Some of these robots show up to.
Right. Yeah. That's a printing press behind him.
Yeah. In that screenshot, I do remember. Yeah, that what ends up happening is like these robots are just attacking her, I guess, and Batman's fighting them, and then his cape gets caught in the printing press, and it pulls like the cape and the cowl just clean off, and Lois just sees him. He just sees, oh, that's Bruce, and she's very snarky about it. I didn't say it before. Like, I actually appreciated Lois a lot in these episodes. Like,
oh yeah, she's great.
Yeah, like I don't remember a lot about the show, but I do after seeing these episodes, like, Lois is pretty cool. Actually, I didn't really notice it before, but yeah, she's a pretty fun character. She's quite like snarky towards Clark, but while also being like infatuated with Superman, it's good. Yeah.
Like he's just some country bumpkin from Smallville. It's like sort of this jokey kind of insulting kind of attitude she has, like friendly but kind of like, also like kind of, like kind of.
She rips him.
She's kind of joking and yeah. That's right. Yeah. Like I really like her personality in the show.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw that up there.
And she's competent as well without being like super powered or something, like doing anything that would be unbelievable.
So I love the first notice. Lex should have teamed up with Farmer Brown. I don't know if that was in reference to fucking anything or if you were just being silly.
Just in general. No, just in general. Just in general, we should have.
We just thought of that now here in part 3. Just here we go.
Yeah. Well, we had to go through 2 parts before we concluded that Farmer Brown would have been a much better. And it might be in the business dealings as well, because he was kind of a scientist of sorts. I don't know. That would have been a good team up.
Anyway, so this shot is, I remember this, we had to go back and get this shot because it happens for like mere frames. Like it's not even a full second where he, after he gets the cowl back and he puts it on, he looks at Lois and then smiles for the quickest, briefest moment, and the printing press like explodes and the robot comes out of it, because I think he throws the robot into it. But it was just very silly shot. I was like, why did he do that? He's just smiling like a doofus.
Batman happy.
Batman happy. Apparently, Superman and Bruce have a confrontation at some point. I don't remember this at all.
He's like, Superman, where did you hide my shirt? Because I'll never tell you, Vigilante.
Oh my god. I just remember, yeah, this scene with Lex and Joker, like.
Oh, sorry. Before we get to that,
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, there was a scene before that where we're dealing with the repercussions of Lois learning who Batman really is. It's kind of funny because she is a fucking journalist, and she's saying, "Oh, this is like the story of the century, and I can't tell anyone." I kind of get that she like morally, she doesn't want to tell anyone because she likes Bruce, but like, come on, like she fucking would. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah.
One second. You know, like, just in the context of the show, like, she's doing the right thing, but she wouldn't. God, can you imagine that? The headline for the Daily Planet.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
but you know, it's just. But I don't think it's unbelievable either that she should do the right thing.
No.
I just thought it was kind of funny, and you need the status quo thing. But I've got to be honest with you, I kind of forgot throughout this entire through the entire DCAU, like from this very early point onwards, that she knows who Batman is.
Yeah,
she doesn't know who Superman is, but she knows who Batman is. Funnily enough.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's actually, I guess, that's a thing. Yeah, I don't know if it ever comes up again, but
Yeah.
They just threw it in there. Huh.
Yeah. So and then Bruce and Superman have a bit of a back and forth before.
Yeah. I just remember, the scene with Lex and Joker having a conversation where they essentially, Lex is just like, yo, this is, you are not getting this shit done, so like the deal is off, we're done here. And then Joker pulls out, I don't know, something with he hits somebody, he hits Mercy and knocks her out with a yo-yo or something, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I put the Earthbound thing on there.
Yeah, but Mercy gets knocked out, and Joker and Harley have Lex at gunpoint, and they're just like, no, you're gonna follow our orders now. Like, they just take over, and that ends up culminating in like says this giant ship.
Wing, yeah, flying wing.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a boomerang or something, but Harley ends up painting it to look like teeth, so that it looks like a big smile.
That was worth the effort.
Yeah, that was the weird sort of gag they threw in there. Batman and Superman show up at Lex's building, and they fight more of these big robots. And I remember at one point this robot has Mercy tied up on its body, and then every time Superman goes to punch it, like, it rotates its body around to put her in the way, to make her like a meat shield. It's like, again, like,
this is poor Mercy.
Yeah, the culmination of her just being a jobber in this three-parter is that she's literally uses a meat shield for a robot. It's kind of crazy. It's more action, but I remember there's something with like the kryptonite, and then Superman uses like the lead-lined door to like crush it in order to keep it between him and the kryptonite so that he can still fight, which was a good bit. And Joker's got Lex tied up in this big wing, and they're flying around causing havoc.
It's an action scene.
I'm not gonna lie, I remember very little about it other than what we have written down, which is not a lot. At some point, Batman uses claws. He suddenly has claws.
Yeah, like Batman Beyond, like claw hands. He just kind of makes his fingers pointy, which the Batman Beyond suit did a lot of times, but I didn't know this suit had it. But hey, I learned something today.
Yeah.
I guess it should be noted that for this like big crossover, Lex doesn't really do much. Like, he's not very proactive, and this is very much a the Joker's the main antagonist here.
Mhm.
Like Lex just happens to be that. I guess it's his robots doing a lot of the action scene and his flying wing and stuff, but they're not really teaming up. It's more Joker's just doing his own thing, and he's just kind of tolerating him being there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess you don't have to do that. I mean, it fits in with Luthor. It's definitely in character for him to not want anything to do with the Joker, and I know for a fact that is consistent with Justice League as well. Like whenever he sees Joker, he's like, "Oh no, not you." You know, he doesn't want him around. And I suppose this is like advertised as Batman and Superman, not Joker and Lex. But it is a bit of a shame that Lex, especially with his great performance by Clancy Brown doing the voice, he was always a great fit. It's very much a Joker's a villain, and Lex is just kind of there.
Yeah.
That's like a whole complaint, but
yeah, and I honestly don't remember a single noteworthy thing other than the episode ends implying that Joker's dead. Like the wing goes down, like in the water, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just sort of like, oh, he didn't get out of there. Like I think Batman gets Harley out of there, but yeah, it's implied Joker went down with it. But it's like, is he dead? It's like no, but they kind of just imply like, oh, he went missing, and they just kind of ends on that, I think. Or no, it ends with Bruce
Sunset,
Bruce and Clark kind of parting ways, and them just being all like, they're not friends, but they have a grudging respect for each other. Yeah. Definitely.
I really like that. Even after the end of a 3-parter, they're not just like, oh, these two are the best buddies now. Like even like they really had, and I think that really just helped, not just like this show, but just going forward all the way. Like they didn't know it wasn't like guaranteed they would eventually do Justice League, but you know the fact that they just took things slow even this early on, really just helps that show in the future as well.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
It still gets built on even that late on.
Absolutely.
The fact that you just didn't hit the ground running and like, oh yeah, we're best friends. Or even by the end of a 3-parter, they're still just like, yeah, I've got a respect for you, but you know, we wouldn't hang out. We'll work together, but I wouldn't hang out.
Yeah.
So yeah,
will be
it's about on par with the. It's just a lot of it's just like kind of the extended action sequence and the robots and stuff. Like it's alright. I like and I do like the dynamic of Lois. She's like puts stinging iodine on Bruce to help him because she's like, she's helping him, but she's thoroughly pissed off at the same time.
Yeah.
Put on burning iodine on your wounds.
Yeah. No,
she's great. She's great.
Yeah, it's a good episode, but it is, there's not a lot to describe because even as it wrote down, it's just pretty much only action. So, but it's good.
The nightclub / tracking scene in part 1 kind of stole the show.
Yeah, I think
it was so well done.
We like the part 1 so much that the conclusion can't be. It's us. You know, we're adults. We're more interested in the character dynamics, so the action-heavy stuff is sort of like, it's fine, but we liked part 1 the best. But it is a solid package the entire way through. It is a good, not film, essentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Okay.
And then I see this screenshot, and,
that is cell animation.
Yeah.
It's the Daily Planet. It looks a bit odd because it's not really designed. It's not really designed to be paused on. Let's say.
Yeah.
Other evidence that these are not supposed to be treated as title cards.
I was actually looking at the first snapshot here with our favorite Superman character, Roxy Rocket.
I really thought it was a Superman character from watching this in the past. But I had no idea who she was.
It's our favorite pervert. She's riding around in Metropolis, and Superman kind of effortlessly deals with her. But
Yeah, I guess they chose her because she's flying around, and then for Superman, it's like, oh, your power's flying around somewhat quickly. Okay, that's cute. So,
yeah.
but she's in Metropolis.
Yeah, she.
And it's like, why are you here? And she's like, oh, well, this is getting a bit too. The criminal market in Gotham's getting a bit too competitive with Batman missing. And I said Bruce, you know who Bruce is. Bruce is missing, but she don't care. With Batman missing, and he's like, wait, Batman's missing? And she's like, I thought all you capes, all you superhero types like to stay in contact, and Superman says, oh, we're not exactly close, and she says, oh, I'll be close with you if you're lonely. Like, okay, great. Oh god, just the guy who can fly. I mean, I guess that makes sense. So she's like, something's rotten in Gotham. So, yeah, that's the premise of the plot. He goes to Gotham to find out what's happening. And I believe, how did Robin find him?
I believe
Like,
Robin
he contacts like.
Robin is out like
He contacts
fighting.
Robin first, doesn't he? Oh no, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Robin's trying to crime fight by himself.
Yeah. He's in like they're in like a clothing store or something. I just remember that Dim Bums is a reference to like something that's written on one of the. It's like, oh, these are sports jerseys, and it's like that's the team name. It's like what? But yeah, he's just fighting a bunch of dudes in a store at night, and then
Don't ask where Nightwing or Barbara are.
Anyway, I think Superman just ends up finding him through that. He's just causing a ruckus, and Superman shows up and he's just like, "Hey, what's the deal?" And Robin's
he's like, where's Batman? He goes like, oh, I don't know where Batman is. He goes, all right, let me put this a different way. Where's Bruce? He's like, oh, okay, all right, well, okay, it's a bit more, yeah. So
I should
start taking it a bit more seriously.
I will say this episode is kind of a Robin episode. Like he gets a lot of screen time, and he's a very good character in this episode. Like
I like him a lot in this episode.
Yeah, like more so than his debut or his backstory episode. Like he's pretty entertaining in this. So I just want to throw that out there. Somehow this leads to.
So the bat signal goes up, and Tim is just like, oh god, this gets harder every time he doesn't show up. And then Superman's just like, well, he's going to show up this time. So we then cut to the rooftop where Gordon and someone who kind of looks like Montoya, but isn't.
Yeah.
At first glance we thought it was Montoya, but it's not. And then it's like, oh, shut it off. Gordon's like, shut it off. He's not showing up. And then suddenly, Robin and Batman show up. He's like, good evening, Commissioner. What can I do to help? I'm like, yay, Batman's back. Except, no, it's not Batman. It's Superman dressed as Batman. I guess they visited the Batcave. Just got one of his suits. I didn't really think of that. I just presume that. And then there's just a lot of this episode. So this episode is mostly concerned Superman pretending to be Batman, and it's really funny. Like it's just there's a lot of really good sort of subtle comedic bits, and like, a lot more subtle than the creep episode and stuff like that. So it's like Gordon shows a police photo of someone getting off a plane or something. Because I see this picture. Anyone look familiar there? And he's just kind of looking at it. It's like, and then Tim whispers to him. He's like, "It's Bane." Because he has super hearing, so he can he can do that.
Oh yeah.
He goes like, yes, Bane. It's just and then there's a little bit. So he says, "Oh, Bane's in tower and he's creating trouble because he's been absent for so long." And he's refined his venom formula, so it's like he's twice as strong or whatever. And he goes, "Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner." And it's just we're speaking to these like subtle bits of humor Like he goes to the ledge and then he starts like reaching for the grapple. And he can't. He's kind of panning around for it, trying to find it. And Tim's just like other side. He just goes and grabs it. It's such a small thing, but it's so good. He's just trying to pretend to be Batman. It's just like no, other side. Tim is great in this episode because he is basically Superman's like Batman tutor. It's like he's like how to be Batman, and Tim's his guide. Yeah. It's really funny. And then like they leave, and the not Montoya's just like, did he seem a bit taller to you?
Oh, right.
It's so good. And then this is like this little bit where it's like, how can you impersonate his voice? And Superman's just like, the plot requires it. No, he says precise muscle control, which I don't think is a Superman power, but I don't know.
Superman, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, whatever.
As long as green rocks aren't involved, then he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Or magic.
Yeah, oh, right, yes, of course.
So they go into the I don't want to screw up the order, but they go into, I believe this is the bit where they go into the Wayne Company building. And then they think it's a recorded message to Lucius. Saying,
right,
hey,
yeah.
I'm going on free vacation. I got a free vacation.
Free vacation.
And Tim's just like, see why this is weird? And he's just like, and Superman's just like, huh? He's like, look, he's smiling. He's like, he's Batman happy. Like, that's not my Batman. And then Superman notices that using his supervision, there's like tiny little nanites on the phone receiver that like. So they're basically saying he's always been mind controlled because he told Bruce Wayne is missing, Batman's missing. Like, what's going on? He told, they got different stories. So he told Work one thing, he told Tim something else. So they just see this technology. So they go and decide to intimidate the Penguin. I guess he's just kind of a go-to. I haven't got a single lead. Let's go intimidate the Penguin. Let's go take out our frustration on the Penguin. I guess it's just because of the Iceberg Lounge. He just knows things, but it's kind of funny. Just beeline to kicking his ass.
He goes and intimidates the Penguin. Then Tim is just like, no, it's the Riddler who was his arch nemesis.
Well, see, he hasn't been very active lately.
No.
Great this episode. This is like one of the funniest episodes.
It is, yeah.
It's like he says to Penguin, it's like, please help us, a man's life is at stake. And Penguin's just like, oh, I don't fucking care. What do I give a shit? It's like something like, oh, you're making my heart bleed. It's like, oh. And then Tim's just like, kick over the table. He's like, what? He said, kick over the table. So he kicks over the table and we get that screenshot of like Penguin's like, oh shit. And it's like, and Tim's just like, yeah, he's getting it now. It's so good. It's a really good Tim episode. It really is.
I think he kicks it over. He kicks it across the room against the wall and it shatters.
yeah. He's especially freaked out. That'll come up again. Like that. The Super Batman is like my favorite character. So we then cut to, Penguin talks, so we just hears whatever rumor he heard. Cut to the meeting of the new terrible trio. Bane, Mad Hatter, and Riddler.
I think they're even more scary than the Joker.
They're like 600 times more scary than the Joker or something, I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing like a full plot of these three. It's not bad. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
Or just any more of this Bane. We didn't get enough of this Bane. He's just one episode of Batman and a Superman episode. Anyway, so it's Bane, Mad Hatter, and Riddler, and Bane's plan. He's organising the three of them. Basically, the idea is, I've got the brain. You've got the. No, I've got the one. I've got half the brain that you do. It's like I partner with my brawn with your brain and your brain. I don't know. There's like two brains here and one brawn, but whatever. So it's like a good dynamics, but Bane's quite a good kind of potential leader.
Yeah.
Of leading these two. Damn, I would have liked to get like a full thing of even this designer Mad Hatter working with this Bane, but anyway. And then Batman comes in to break them up. And Bane's like kind of happy. He's just like, oh, thank God I've finally get to meet you. I've got this new design and everything, and I thought I was only going to see you in a dream, but looks like we finally get to meet you, the real Batman.
I forgot. Yeah, this design never actually met Batman at
No,
all.
he didn't.
Not once.
Nope. No.
That's because he meets him now, but it's not him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But it's so funny. Yeah, it's another bit of an action scene. Yeah, bit of an action scene, and it's a good one. It's like Dick gets into some shenanigans with Riddler. Like Riddler drops a cage on him, and then Riddler somehow gets handcuffed to him. Once we get the reveal that Riddler's now bald, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what happened there. But the best part of the scene is Bane versus Superman, because he doesn't realize he's Superman. He just kind of he just knocks him down. He throws a giant statue, like a stone head, on him. And he's like, "Oh, that was disappointing. That was surprisingly easy." And then Super Batman just lifts the thing out of the way. And like Bane's face, it isn't quite the help me, but it's pretty close. It's about as close as this design gets.
He sees that, he's just like, help!
Should have whitey peed it in. Like, help me! He starts walking towards him. Help me! Man, he just sees that happen. Anyway, Mad Hat is freaking out as well. He's just like, what the fuck? He's like, that's impossible. And then Superman just walks out to him and starts beating the shit out of Bane. It's pretty funny. He just just no tricks or anything. He just starts punching the shit out of him. And it just knocks him out. And Bane's just like, what the hell? Like, I don't want to even see him again. He's just like, I'm not signing up for this again. I'm not taking on Batman ever again.
I'm quitting this life of crime shit. This ain't worth it.
Yeah. That's like the running gag with this. It's just, villains seeing him do this shit, and they're just like, I didn't know he could do that. It's like,
yeah.
See no evil when they see him flying.
Alright.
And then like, and they apprehend Riddler, whatever. Riddler's a fucking nobody in this.
Yeah, he doesn't do much anyway.
Mad Hatter like flees for his fucking life. He is terrified, and Superman just uses his super speed to just keep appearing in front of him. So he's like traumatized as shit. Again, funny as hell. Anyway, they need Mad Hatter to sort of they use his expertise. So after he's been captured, he's like handcuffed, but they have him investigate these nanites, and he comes to the conclusion that they're so advanced that they're practically alien. So rather than being practically, we choose to take that literally.
Right.
So yeah, these are things of alien in nature, and then they somehow track Bruce down, and they find. Yeah, so they find out. Yeah, he's being mind controlled, and they already said that. They find Bruce, and he's at Wayne Tech. And he's basically ordering a bunch of people to launch a rocket. There's a lot of people there. I don't know how they kept Bruce Wayne secret for so long, but whatever. And then they find him, and then there's the big reveal that it was Brainiac all along. Brainiac was the one controlling him. One negative we put here is that I don't know how the fuck he mind controlled Bruce Wayne without ever learning he was Batman, but whatever. It's not impossible. I just thought it was a little. I don't know.
I don't know if it
take over his
matters.
life. It doesn't matter. No, I'll probably emphasize a little bit too much.
It's
kind
like
of funny,
It is kind of funny, but like I don't know if he would even care. He's like, who the hell is this guy? I need to go home.
No, I don't think he would care.
No,
I agree. He probably wouldn't care about Batman. I think like Batman's beneath him. It's like a personal thing against Superman. I think Batman's just a human that's beneath him. But I don't know. It's just that he's setting up this thing like, oh, I need some sort of alias, some sort of for where Bruce Wayne has gone to, and he gave like Tim a story, but somehow skip the fact that he's Batman, but it really doesn't matter. I just thought it was amusing. Batman is Brainiac, and then Super Batman confronts him. He's like, Batman, I had a feeling our paths might cross here in Gotham. And then he basically just fires a beam at him and sets him on fire. Which is pretty funny that Batman die, or Superman die. And then then Superman just kind of rises from the fire. And Brainiac says something along the lines of being like, he doesn't really, again, he doesn't care too much, but he's like, Batman was Superman all along, this was most unexpected. It's just like, whatever. I don't really care, but you're Batman, huh? And then guess what? We have an action scene. So he takes off in the rocket, and I guess this is the only time we were reviewing like a purely Superman scene. Superman his bat costume is burned away. His Superman costume remains. I guess it kind of makes sense that one would be like fire retardant or something.
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to the bat suit. Superman takes off after him. We did make a note that we haven't really seen Brainiac much before, but we know he's a robot. We know his deal, alien robot. In this show specifically, he's from Krypton, so he has a bit more of a personal thing against Superman. I did notice that he's non-emotional, but he looks a little bit panicked when Superman's flying around him and doing his thing. That's when we put the Brainiac going, no, please, help!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Apparently he dies too. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a robot. He can replicate himself or whatever. He's important. If we get to Justice League, he is important, but not yet. It's an action scene. Superman wins. The whole time, Bruce is just under mind control, so he's not doing shit. In fact, we did note down Batman crossover episode. There is literally no Batman in this episode. Nope. We have Bruce Wayne, but at no point does he wear the bat suit, so...
We have Superman dressed as Batman.
No Batman. Yeah.
That's it.
Which, it's also, I guess, in line with Girls' Night Out or whatever. So,
yeah.
But, and then it concludes, and they catch up, and just kind of thanks for that. That's kind of it. So I'd say the first 2/3 are thoroughly entertaining. I really like Tim. I really like Super Batman. I like Batman's reactions. But then when we get to the Brainiac reveal, it's just kind of alright.
I don't remember that even
wrap things up.
Being much of the episode, to be honest. I remember it being mostly the...
A third might be a bit strong.
Yeah, I think it was mostly...
The concluding act.
Yeah. But no, I think... Honestly, we wrote high B, low A. I think that's an A. I think just for how entertaining this entire episode was. Even up until the action bit. And the action bit is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just... It was so funny. Just... Maybe
between Mad as a Hatter and Hot as Steel.
There they are.
I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's...
Yeah,
absolutely.
Alright, one more.
The last episode we're going to talk about, not that it's the last episode of anything, it's just the last time Batman appears in...
It's kind of, it's this is the final part of the review, and what's the milestone? The last Superman one involved Batman.
Yeah.
You put crossover 5.
Yeah.
Arbitrary way of... We also could have put Girls' Night Out somewhere in here, but again, we just did all the Batman and then just all the Supermans that were relevant.
Yeah. Well, this one is the Demon Reborn.
It could be one of two villains.
Yeah.
It's either Ra's al Ghul or Etrigan.
And, oh boy, thank God it's not the latter. Jesus. Yeah. So very quickly we see the symbiote Spider-Man mooks fighting Superman, and
not doing very well because it's Superman.
Yeah, they don't get very far with him.
We are so ready for Batman. Like, who the hell is this?
I think we referenced this in the Adventures of Batman and Robin video, where like these guys are throwing gas bolas. They're like bolas, and then whenever they wrap around them, they explode into gas. It was a very,
Cool, yeah.
very interesting weapon.
The ultimate Batman weapon combining gas and bolas.
Yeah, I know.
I want to quickly acknowledge there's this weird bit at the start. I don't know if it's a recurring character. I guess it is. Professor Blackwing, and it just Lois just does this thing where she goes, "Oh, she's just talking normally." And she goes, "Oh, Professor Blackwing, oh, have you met Clark?" She's just like, I don't know what it is about the show. She just freaks out when she sees him. I don't know the history of this character, but she's just like ultra nervous when he shows up. She's like, oh. Just a weird moment.
I think it was something like she said something without realizing it was him, and then it's like, oh, hi, it's you. Have you met Clark? Huh?
Oh, yeah, it's just kind of amused.
They're like at a museum, or I think it's an exhibit of some sort because Raish is there to steal some sort of MacGuffin.
It's like a Native American exhibition. He's like the curator or something.
Yeah. God, I don't know why I took the lead on this. I don't know if I remember that much about this episode. It apparently starts.
I'm just gonna hang back. I'll let you do it. It would be much better.
There's a bit where it leads them out to a train, and then Superman stops it by doing that thing again. Yeah, and the Batmobile is on the other track, I think. Oh god.
Helping out somehow. Offering moral support.
Oh my god, I don't remember a lot about this, but I remember it culminates with you see Lois back at her room, and then she goes in like the closet, and then someone just sprays gas in her face and knocks her out, and then
we then find out Lois has been like tied, which is like tied to a clock, so we just assume the Clock King's finally a worthy adversary for Superman, the Clock King.
Superman's frame data is even more fucked up. Oh my god.
I don't know what tier he was in Injustice, but...
He's like plus 20 on block. It's ridiculous. But, Superman flies in...
Saves, quote, Lois.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, wait a minute, you're not Lois. He's like, it's hard to tell, because it's hard to tell. We're a different lady. And it's Talia. He's like, yeah, you fell for the oldest trick in the book. And then Superman gets, like, zapped with the... Does he get zapped here?
I think...
He does, right?
Yeah.
It's like a MacGuffin, and he gets magic MacGuffin, so he gets zapped and taken out of commission. And then he's the one who meets Raish, right? Because Raish wants his power. So this is the point where he basically gets kidnapped.
Yeah, he gets kidnapped, and then he wakes up, and he's like subdued, and then Raish is there, and he is old as shit, and he's like, this Lazarus Pit stuff is fucked. It doesn't work anymore. I need your superpowers to be young again.
It's worth noting that Talia and Raish did not appear in the new Batman Adventures. These designs were made just for Superman. I don't know why this is an crossover episode of Batman. I don't know how they determined that, but this is a Superman episode. So
yeah. It's
a funny little bit of trivia there.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen them in this style, and it's a Superman episode, which is interesting. Oh boy. What even happened?
They have I remember there's a confrontation it's like an air hangar, and I remember the animation in this episode being kind of off, like not... They're never like particularly bad when they're using this style because it's so uniform. It's made to be as decent as possible. But I remember distinctly there's a fight with the Spider-Man in the hangar, and there was a bit where Batman just jumps, but it is well beyond the physics of a human man, and it just looks like sort of a hidden dragon kind of wire coming through. It just looks like it's being pulled up by an invisible wire. I remember that distinctly.
Oh yeah, this
really
is
weird bit of animation.
that's right. This is a lot of a Batman episode I remember because Superman is so, like kind of incapacitated for a lot of this.
Well, it makes up for the last one.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So yeah.
so he has a MacGuffin who. Oh yeah, yes. God, we really did not make much here. Yeah, there's like a back and forth. There's just some action scenes that lead to they're being led to. I don't think is it literally a Lazarus pit there because they're in some cave. Was it just a machine just to transfer Superman's essence into
Just a machine, yeah.
Rage?
There's no Lazarus Pit
It's a
stuff.
machine. Yeah. So they're led there. This the staff thinks I think it's subduing Superman. He also has this neck brace thing that also just seems to keep him docile.
Mm-hmm.
No idea what that's about. Our favorite Ubu's there. I think he tries to fight Superman, which doesn't go too well.
No. Forgive Ubu, he doesn't know shit.
Yeah. Damn, this is such a blur. It's funny though, because this is the most recent one we watched as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this kind of gets into why we're not that interested in watching the Superman series. Is this feels the most
fine,
like
but...
how I remember it? Is just it's a lot of perfectly fine action scene stuff. Like it is. We're not going out on a highlight. Not that we're going out on a low light, but it is just another episode.
Well, if you want to talk about when this episode gets good, we finally get introduced to Big Rage.
Oh yes.
Rage gets like Superman's power transferred into him, and it's just kind of amusingly just out of character. I want to say because Rage is like one of the most intellectual characters in Batman. To see him just become this hulking brute is just kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's I mean, I made the comparison with Big Riddle, but it's more than that. It's because, Riddler is also a character who's just not really known for being big and strong, and then they did that to him. So to see Big Rage is just kind of amusing. He just kind of manhandles Batman. I also want to quickly acknowledge that, although we're obviously not too smitten by this episode, I will say Rage is like, if you're going to get like a Batman villain to face Superman, Rage is a pretty good choice.
Yeah.
Because he has this massive organization, and he has access to magic and bullshit that he can easily just literally conjure something up to deal with Superman. So I can buy him being a threat to Superman. Not even just like the magic stuff, but also him like being able to manipulate things, like take people hostage and things like that. That's another kind of weakness for Superman.
This works a lot for Superman, but it doesn't work as much for us. It's perfectly fine for this show, but it is not the most engaging for us. So it was. I just remember a lot of they fight, and then there's a bit where the cave starts like collapsing. And I think Batman mostly just works to get Superman free, and then suddenly it's like, oh, Superman has control of it.
Yeah.
The cave starts collapsing, and Talia is in trouble. And so Superman's just like, well, either you can finish me off, or you can go save your daughter. And I'm like, man, you do not know Rage.
You do not know Ra's al Ghul. I think Bruce probably heard that. He's just like, oh, Clark.
Oh no. So,
that was really funny.
Yeah, and I don't remember a lot. I do remember that the ending is a nice send off between Batman and Superman. I remember
they say something along the lines of, "Well, we might work again in the future." So it's like, "Oh, hopefully not," something like that.
Yeah, but they're a little more friendly now. But yeah. I unfortunately cannot say much more than that. It was an episode. It was a fine episode, but it is not one of the most noteworthy.
We put initial B.
Yeah, this is.
But I don't know if that squeaks in there. We're looking at Avatar, which is at the top of C. I don't know. I would say without hesitation, this is the worst of the crossovers. Even their Girls' Night Out was a bit more interesting.
I think it squeaks in. I remember liking it a bit more. It's just that it's not as much to recap.
Where did we put Girls' Night Out? Oh, that's all the way down C, because of that puddle.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't get much out of that episode. But this one I remember liking more. Like, I remember there's just more dynamic with it, like Talia impersonating Lois and Batman having fights independently, and it's just it's fine. It is the worst of a bunch of really good episodes, so it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
It is okay. So something of a disappointment to go out on, but again, still, it's in the middle. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Well, what did we think of Superman the Animated Series?
Really good show. 4 out of 5 episodes were amazing, so yeah, definitely recommend it.
Like a 9 out of 10.
yeah, just absolutely perfect.
Going by, if you go like percentage of decent episodes, it's better than Batman the Animated Series. There were no Baby Man episodes, so
nothing below a B. That's impressive. So.
But yeah, there's that little side thing.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, we mentioned several times about doing some sort of a character design tier list for the changes made in the new Batman Adventures. It feels like ages ago we talked about this show. We kind of sat on this for a little bit, but yeah.
We said we'll do it, so we're doing it now.
Yeah. There's not a whole. We've kind of said what we need to, but this is sort of a summation, really.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. A tier list and a tier list.
Yeah. I guess if we were just to get right into it, I don't know what I have to say about Batman.
A formal introduction, but Batman.
Yeah.
Pretty subtle. The biggest difference is the lack of yellow. Like, his utility belt is still brown, but he doesn't have the big yellow Batman logo. That feels quite. You don't really get that in modern Batman media. Like, the New Adventures design is a lot more in keeping with what you'd see nowadays. Like, the idea of having it in a big oval like that. It's very Tim Burton.
Yeah, for sure. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, the bright color kind of clashes with his very, like, camouflaged dark design. So I feel like this...
Yeah, it's like having a big target on his chest.
Yeah. It's sort of weird that the darker one had the bright logo, and then the more cartoony one had the darker colors overall.
Yeah.
Strange how that worked out.
I mean, I like the old design for sure, but
yeah.
I guess if we're talking like real world, then the new one makes a bit more sense. Also notable that the belt looks more like a belt with pouches. I'm kind of surprised. It's actually the new design that actually has a bit more detail in that regard.
Oh yeah,
it has like weird components.
Yeah,
you can pull out whatever you want, whatever the plot dictates.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. It's like stuff that doesn't really matter. Like, it's like
this is very much a stylistic change, though. This is not.
Yeah.
Actually... I mean, I kind of like the contrasting color as well.
Right.
Also, worth noting, it doesn't have the like the blue highlights. It kind of some comparison. It makes me think of when they depict Venom, because Venom's supposed to be black, but you have like the blue shades on him to just indicate depth, and that's what they've done here with Batman.
Right. Yeah.
I know Venom's a very random choice. I'm not saying Venom invented that artistic technique. It's just the one I think of.
Oh no, that's fair. But yeah,
whereas, the new one looks a lot flatter, although, but we're kind of getting into art design now rather than the actual design of the character.
I feel like this is just a side grade. This is just the same design in a different style, and that's when
both
you break
are
it
fine.
down. Yeah, they're fine. They're both fine. That's I guess that's what we got in this tier, which is just like I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, the other ones are going to be more interesting. Okay, so Robin, we're kind of we weren't quite sure how to handle Robin because it's two different guys. It was also like, are we going to compare Dick Grayson? Are we going to do like Nightwing and Robin? But then I think ultimately we're just like, okay, these are both the same character. This is both Batman's sidekick, the Boy Wonder. So irrespective of who's wearing the costume, which one's the better costume? I'm not going to talk about his height or anything because it's a different person.
It's the same identity, I guess. The same persona. I guess the old the old Robin costume has this thing of just being like too colorful. It like
a little bit.
It always the green and the red has always seemed like a strange color scheme for him. It's like I get why, but it just I don't know. It's a little odd, but this one fits the style a bit better for sure. This is
he's got the black cape as well, which is a bit it's like four primary colors, not primary, but like four colors on him. Like the black mask, the red, the green. That's three. The yellow.
Right.
I like Tim's kind of short cape. You can't. A little hard to see from this picture. It kind of cuts off like just below his hips. I quite like that. I think the lack of green is. I'm of two minds of the green because on one hand I do think it's a bit too colourful, but I also kind of miss it on Tim.
Right.
So.
Is this another just kind of in the middle?
It is. I'm not gonna lie. It's just kind of I'm kind of putting this here just to acknowledge it. It is a difference. So encompassing here, even if there wasn't too much to say. I mean, I've got Harley on here, so yeah. That's another middle of the road one. I think it's just kind of the new design is definitely, even though it's not like that much newer. I mean, it's still the same decade. It was only more like, what was it, 4 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
But it just feels way more in keeping with what would you expect nowadays. Like 25 years on or whatever.
Yeah.
So but I also like the classic one as well. So they're both fine for their art styles. And of course they did the Dick Grayson suit in the new style, but it's fine.
Right, yeah.
That one episode.
Yeah, we're not gonna litigate that. It's the same design in a different style. Like, what are you gonna do? I think the whole Bat family in general is kind of in this weird middle ground because Barbara, I also don't have anything to say. I actually disagree here. I actually prefer the new one. I don't particularly like all the grey on the old one. To be honest, I think
grey.
It's just been a while since I've seen it, so I forget. Like, 'cause we didn't see much of her. She had like 2 episodes, I think. Well,
we had to get this. Yeah, that's why it's important to have these comparison images because it's been a very long time since we watched the original show.
Yeah.
I mean, it in terms of story, it actually makes perfect sense because she was basically like, well, she was like a more amateur member of the Bat family, and then by the time we got New 2 Adventures, she was just hanging out in the Batcave. So it's interesting because she didn't have that costume, but it gets a bit confusing.
Yeah.
I want to say like Bruce upgraded her suit, but she was wearing that suit in the flashback episode when she revealed her identity. So, but anyway, like the meta stuff aside, I kind of just prefer the newer one. Like I said, the older one was like she was originally just supposed to be Batman. She was imitating Batman from a distance. I just thought there's just too much grey on it, and I like the sort of the The yellow's a nice contrast for wearing more black. It's subtle. It's small. That's where I would put it.
Actually, yeah, put these three right next to each other. They all stand out a lot more. There's not a lot of similarity between their costumes, which that is an improvement. So
yeah, not massive, but
it's worth noting.
This one's
now Alfred is.
That's in the middle. That's just that is not styles change.
Yeah, he is entirely the same.
I mostly did this because when we get to the next two, who are just kind of normal civilians who do not really wear costumes that change per se, I feel like we do have things to discuss, but yeah, Alfred is just like, well, he exists. It'd be weird not to put him on here, but there's nothing to say.
Yeah, we just ignore him because we don't have anything to say about him. No, it's just that is what it is. It's Alfred.
Should we move on to Gordon?
Yeah, so I mentioned it before. I don't like this Gordon design. It's like kind of the same, but like he's also just stringier, and I don't know. He just
looks unwell.
He doesn't look right. It looks odd. Like
he had a big chin before, like big broad shoulders. Now he's really skinny.
Yeah. He looked like he was like physically intimidating, like kind of what you would expect after year one, where he's like a what's the word, like a veteran, I guess. Like he's been in the business for a while, so like, but now
he can look after himself as well.
Yeah, like he looked intimidating.
Because I know, plot wise, he has to rely on Batman, but he still buy that he can handle himself in a fight or something.
But at the very least, that he at one point was like really strong and capable, and that he's just getting older, but he was still, you can still see it in him. Now he just looks old. He just kind of looks.
Yeah, he's too skinny.
Yeah, so.
I miss and like it's getting into the art style, but I kind of miss like the small details. I mean, I guess we can review the art style at the same time while we're doing this, because I do miss like the flared collar there and his shirts being unbuttoned. Now it's just like, I don't know, it looks like a video game model, like an early video game model where it's all just kind of textured.
Right, yeah.
You see what I mean? Like there's no layers there.
He's all flat as opposed to being more dynamic, and it just makes him.
That's true of all his art style.
Yeah. It's just a lot less appealing, I guess. In this instance, it feels less extravagant, which I think hurts him because he's like an important character. He's in a lot of the show, so he should feel a bit more dynamic.
Yeah, bit flat, literally.
Yeah. And then there's Bullock. He's at one point I said he looked kind of like a big block of cheese. Like,
yeah.
He's a big dude. Like that was always kind of a joke with him. He's like, hey, he's the fat one, and my feelings on that aside, like he was still, I don't know, he still looks like a human.
There's fat, but there's like, yeah, but his old design, he wasn't like fat. He was like a big broad guy. Like he's like, when like a dude's big.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily just like obese. Whereas the new one, he looks unhealthy. He looks obese. Whereas the old one, he's just like, he's big. Maybe, could eat a few less burgers or something. But he still looked like a healthy kind of big. Like a big dude. Whereas, new one he's just got like this weird. I think that his lack of a chin is weird.
Yeah.
Kind of true to the old one, but this one is just in this reference image, there's no like.
He's a big thumb.
Differentiation, but a big thumb. It's just like a big. I can't tell where his head ends and his neck begins.
Yeah.
I think seems to have more the depth thing that Gordon's missing now. He looks like he inherited his. He's still got the unbuttoned shirt there.
He stole all of his bulk.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just
the old Gordon.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those art style things as well. Everyone looks really flat. And here, because of his design, he's just become a block of cheese. Everything's
Yeah.
just merged.
No,
There's no depth there.
he just looks worse. That not like significantly worse, but he just looks worse.
Yeah. Okay, so now we get to the actual interesting stuff.
This Poison Ivy is very, very interesting in that I feel like for a lot of these things, it's just like, oh, it's the same design but with a new style. And I don't really notice it too much. And with Ivy, it's weird because it's the same design. Like, it's the same sort of outfit and hair and all that, but it looks so different. It's so striking, the difference between these two. First off, she's pale. I don't know why, but like, there's just something about this design. You look at it, just like this style is so different. It's like whatever makes it different stands out so much with her for some reason, and I can't place why. It's just
this is the first one where it's like you question if it's even the same person.
Yeah, it's weird.
Or you start contemplating like lore implications, like what happened between then and now.
Right? Yeah. Like, I don't know.
That's why, as we said about a million times, like that's why it's weird that this is canon with the animated series. You know?
Yeah. It also, I feel like it really displays the difference in personality, whereas like the old Ivy just looked like a person, but like like she was just a person. She cared about plants and she had this whole seductive thing going on, but she was just, I don't know, the green warrior or whatever you want to say. But now it's like, now she just looks like that's the cartoony plant person that she's
the seductive thing's got me thinking as well, because it's like she looks like a zombie.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I mean, some may be into that, but she just kind of looks like a weird corpse plant lady now.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a weird trend in this particular show, but I don't know. In general, there's just something about it that's like the show feels a lot cartoonier when you look at that design. It's like this is a different
too normal before.
Yeah. It's like they felt like exaggerating the cartooniness, the unrealistic nature.
Can't have her just a normal lady.
Yeah. So,
but it's like, oh, she's a plant lady. Why? She's got like red hair, which is like, when. I mean, she's kept her red hair, but she's like, we've got to make her more plant-like. We've got to make it more obvious she's a plant lady. And other than wearing a green dress, it's like, how do we balance that out? Let's make her like pale and just kind of inhuman.
Yeah.
She had green eyes before, but they weren't like these pale green eyes.
Also, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I find it weird that like half the women in this show have black lipstick. Like, I think it's a good look, but then you notice so many people have it, and just like, why? Why is that like the norm? That's very strange. Yeah. All that said, I don't have a lot to say about it in terms of upgrade or downgrade. It's like
I'm trying to view it in a bubble. Like, I'm trying to forget about the original design.
It's like I prefer the original because I just like the original style better, but this one is not particularly bad. I just like the style less. I guess
I would put it in downgrade just because we are very dicey on it. Just it's kind of. I feel like it feels a bit too dumb to just have her look like a plant lady.
Yeah.
It's not like awful, but
no.
I don't know. I preferred it before.
Yeah. It is a downgrade, even if only slightly.
I suppose if we're saying I prefer the original, then that's a downgrade.
Yeah.
You're trying to ignore the art style.
That's just her being pale is weird. Like, if you wanted to make her less human looking, you could do just maybe like a duller pale, instead of just white. Like, why is she a
Maybe
ghost?
like they do. I mean, white doesn't even particularly indicate plants.
Yeah, it just...
It definitely makes it seem less human. Maybe just do the eyes or something. Maybe the lipstick.
I don't know.
But I don't know.
It's weird. Clayface.
Okay, so this one's interesting because
Mhm.
in terms of like actual design, he isn't actually. There's nothing like substantially different in terms of design. This is almost entirely art style, and that's important because Clayface was always their kind of their flagship. Let's show off our animation character.
Yeah, yeah.
And you'd always appear in the best animated episodes, and that's still kind of true.
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
he appears, well, I'd say he appears a lot less. He actually didn't appear that much in the original either. But, what do you think?
That's comparable. It's just... It's the same design, just a style
It's all
change.
art style. Yeah, I definitely think it's like it's inferior, but that's not reviewing the art style. That is just kind of more. I mean, it's got this weird like what do you call it, like an underbite thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's I'm really kind of like struggling for points here. Like a lot of the characters, there's a lot less differentials between his body parts. Like before his head, it's a lot more clear cut, whereas now it's just kind of a lot flatter. Like, again, I'm trying not to just review the art style because I think the art, in terms of art style, this is a downgrade, especially as the best animated character in the show.
Right,
And,
yeah.
like sort of the one who appeared in like Feet of Clay, which is like part 2, probably being the best animated episode they ever did.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite conservative design. He's darker. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really... It's like, it's definitely different because of the style change, but none of it bothers me. It's just... It's Clayface in a different style. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm fine with not really saying much about that. This next one, though...
Stick that in the middle.
I don't know, man. Like,
Anyway.
you can't even see his face. Like, they forgot to draw it. It's just, honestly, the more I think about it, terrible.
Is this our first voice actor change? Because that counts. I'm including voice actor changes.
Barbara's is different.
I mean, yes, but that's also just doing an imitation of the previous one. Less recasting and more Tower Strong is easy to get.
Right,
probably.
Yeah. I mean, literally, no, it's not the first voice actor change, but it is certainly the first design that's trying something different. Like,
yeah, they recast it with purpose.
Yeah.
They're going for something else. It's not just, hey, Tower Strong, can you sound like the previous?
Well, they
actor?
they recast and also redirected. Like, it's also like a completely different, completely different type of character.
The whole character's new. But I'm saying the voice is part of it.
Yeah.
And oh boy, I mean, it's almost a little redundant doing this tier list bit because of how much I've already praised this design and how much we've made fun of the old one. I decided to include both previous designs here because that first one was just particularly like, what the fuck?
Right, yeah.
With that one episode, he had like a tiny neck. And his voice is dumb as well. It's like, yeah, the university kicked me out. I will get you. Whereas then you get Jeffrey Jones, who's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
They probably went too far in the other direction.
They went so far in the other direction that he makes people not afraid, which somehow made him even better.
Yeah. That's really funny. It's like his one dedicated episode. I mean, apart from like the Dream one.
Yeah.
But this one dedicated episode, he's doing the opposite of what he usually does, and apparently it just makes a way better episode.
Yeah.
So,
but now, yeah.
Kind of funny.
That was. No, this design rules. It's weird how different it is because again, it's the same continuity, but I don't really care. It's really good. The old Scarecrow was not that.
At that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened to him between the episodes?
don't know.
What happens is Groucho, he threw his Groucho Marx, like, mask in the bin.
It was after...
The new look.
It was after getting beat up by Lockup, or whatever his name was. He was just like... he's like, I have to become even more serious to deal with this.
Could you imagine the Jeffrey Combs one, like, being, like, scared of Lockup? Please, you have to help me. I'm terrified.
Don't take me back to Arkham. He's so scary. Jesus.
He just takes his mask off. It's just the same dog. That's another thing. Like, they never showed his face.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
that's true.
Just adds so much mystery to the character. We see him in 2 episodes, and yeah, they never show his face. And just, I honestly feel like if they showed his face, like, it would just maybe like knock the character, just make me think less of this design. The fact that we never see his face, just like it's I think they said in like a commentary thing or like a publicity thing, like we're not even sure if there's a guy under there. And the noose around his neck, like that's amazing.
Yeah. No, it's amazing how smart they were with this design, considering some of the other ones that we don't like. Which I guess we can get into now.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
This is my least favorite of all of these.
I think setting aside all of the terrible writing that they did with her, this design is just, what if we just took out all the detail? What if it was just a silhouette with a mouth?
It's Noob Cybot.
Yeah.
Like she's just 100% black.
Yeah. Shadeless black.
100%. She's got eyes and her jawline, like she paints it white.
It's like a cat, like a cat with the white muzzle.
Yeah, like a muzzle.
Yeah.
Sort of like theorized, but it just looks fucking weird.
And black lipstick because cats. No, I don't know. I do not know. It's just, it feels lazy. Like, for a character that is as important as she is, like, she is multiple episodes dedicated to her, and she's important. Like, she's like a...
Well, she was in some really good episodes.
Yeah, absolutely.
She was like, she was like an archetype that was unique in the show, where she was like an anti-hero, sort of.
Yeah.
But then they did that again, and she's just flip-flops allegiances, like, obnoxiously. The point was just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to get into, like, the writing so much as the design, but, like, of every design here, like, I have the hardest time believing this is the same person. Which is interesting, because she hasn't, like, had any, like, physical change apart from dyeing her hair, but she just looks so different.
Yeah, it's...
Like, that's why I included the outer costume images as well, because even outer costume, like, is that the same Selena, or... Because it's not impossible for a woman to, change her hair and put on lipstick, but it's so different from the blonde woman they had before.
Okay.
It's like...
I have to stop. You keep referencing including other images. Where are they?
The document?
Oh, right.
You're not looking at the document?
No.
Oh god, alright. Oh, what are you looking at? You're just looking at the tier list.
Yeah, I just have the tier list up. I didn't realize there was a...
Were you just going by memory? There you are.
Yes, okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I was not going to go by memory for this. I did think you were a little dismissive of some of them. You're like, that girl doesn't look that different. I was like, she looks very different.
I fucking love, now that I'm seeing it, the Alfred one where it's the same exact pose.
But yeah.
That's amazing, actually.
Okay, yeah, no, you need a reference. I'm glad you said this before we went any further, because having a reference really helped. I was not just going by memory. When I said it's been a long time ago, I was like, I'm at least going to look at pictures of them. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you knew about this.
Sorry, no. Oh my god.
Wait a minute, I'm pretty sure you wrote on this list at one point.
I didn't know this was a thing.
Oh, right, okay.
I think I wrote some stuff in Discord.
You gave me a list, I probably...
Yeah,
I
wrote stuff in Discord, but no, I didn't.
Alright, well, I don't think that would change anything, but...
Yeah. No, it won't change my...
And you're like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah. This is much more helpful.
Yeah? Sorry, I mean, part of me I should have pointed it out, but...
Okay.
We're talking about Catwoman.
We're talking about Catwoman. Well, I mean... I don't...
These images you're gonna put into the video, right?
Yeah. Oh my god, this difference is so striking. It's like I remember it being different, and then I'm looking at it, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
This sucks.
It helps to look. Yeah. Was that the same person at the costume?
I don't know. I don't know why they changed her hair color, like, at all. It's like...
it's like Tiger 2. Let's shoot me black. So.
Yeah. They realized their mistake an entire series too late. Like, oops. Little late now. But why isn't ISIS on this tier list?
Yeah, is ISIS still voiced by Frank Welker?
I don't think ISIS was even mentioned by name. Like, he appeared, like, once or twice, but...
It's assumed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So just going back to, like, what's going on with her jaw? Like, is she painting it? It's not part of the costume, is it?
She'd have to be.
Painting the lower half of her face, like fucking Captain Disillusion.
I don't know.
Oh.
It's very weird decision on my part. On my part. I can't believe
you designed it this way.
I don't know.
You were like old, like 3 years old, and you probably designed this. Make this take. I want the kitty. The kitty. My kitty. Right. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm amazing today. Let's talk about Mr. Freeze now.
Hey, cool, some images.
Hey, wow, yeah. I was wondering, like, his eyes are different now, and yep, they sure are. He doesn't have...
His goggles became his eyes, it seems.
Yeah, that's strange. Like... I don't know, like, Mr. Freeze's costume has always been kind of weird looking, like he's kind of silly for how serious they...
It's very retro looking.
Yeah.
Deliberately retro.
Yeah.
I suppose in terms of like canon, physicality, you can say anything for him because he ends up just being a head. So his eyes being weird, I'm like, sure. I mean, it kind of makes him look too evil, in my opinion. Like, I don't think you can really just... I don't know, the red eyes are a bit much for me.
I think the goggles... The goggles kind of sell, like, science to me. Like, it makes him look kind of intelligent. It has that sort of theming to it, whereas the eye is just... He's just like, oh, he's just an evil, cold guy. Which I guess is what he is now, because... Ugh.
I think this is not untrue for the new one, but I think that the old design with the goggles, I think the red eyes are a really nice contrast with the rest of the suit.
For sure, yeah.
And but the rest one doesn't have like blue on it, so I don't think it's as effective. It's just like its head structure it doesn't even look like the same person. Again, I know there's a new art style, but
it really emphasizes its chin, which... I remember we wrote a note about that. It's just like, man, his chin is just huge. Like
Brainiac or an alien or something.
Yeah, he doesn't...
one where he just made him too inhuman.
Yeah. I don't know if I have that much more to say. I think it's a downgrade, but not by much. It's just... Yeah.
Making him just a head is a choice. I try not to think about that too hard because it is a cartoon, but
yeah, I mean,
it's just kind of a shock moment. But
a lot of things they did with him were a choice, but
him become the new Clock King.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh boy.
Yeah, lame new personality and designs just... Well, his personality suffered more than his design did.
Yeah, for
Design
sure.
just kind of modern, but that just kind of makes it boring. I kind of like the veteranness of the original.
Yeah. A downgrade.
Yeah. Alright, here we go.
Okay, so we're going to talk about Joker. Yeah.
As I mentioned, I don't like this.
And I've mentioned I don't feel very strongly about it. I wish I understood why they did the eyes that way, though. Very strange.
I don't know, he just looks too much like a cartoon. Like, he looks like something out of Animaniacs or Freakazoid.
Yeah.
Just the weird mouth. I don't just mean the lack of lips, just the lack of detailing in general. I suppose his proportions are the same, like looking at the comparison image, like his nose is similarly pointy. The hair is just way more simple. Just the wig slick.
There's also a lack of color. Like, instead of, like, he's got a lot more going on with, like, just the jacket and the little baubles, whereas now it's all purple and green. Like, there's no red lipstick, there's no orange, no blue, just no red. It's all purple and green.
The yellow teeth and eyes.
Yeah.
You know what it is? He doesn't look like a clown anymore. That's what it is. He looks like a zombie in a suit.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. He doesn't look as Joker-like.
Yeah, he's got like he always had pale skin, but the lack of detailing just bothers me. I'm sorry, I still hate this design. I know you don't feel that strongly about it. I really dislike it. I just don't know what they were thinking.
When you put them side by side, I see it more and more, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that comparison is... Yeah, it is definitely worse. It doesn't offend me, but I would say, yeah.
And I would like a bit of... If I may twist your arm a bit, I would like to stick that in Baby Mud. I know Baby Mud's a bit strong, but I'm calling it Baby Mud for tradition's sake. But I personally would like to see him in there. I really, really dislike this design.
You know, I don't have a lot of argument against that, so I'm going to put him there, though.
Even if you don't, yeah, I feel strongly enough to drag it down.
That's fair.
On your behalf. But thank you.
Yeah, no. I think honestly, it's like the lack of color really does it. Like him just being the two shades for a clown, you know, someone who's supposed to be colorful. It's like,
yeah.
I don't feel like they saved. It's not like this simplified style. It's just boring.
There's no detail on his face as well.
Yeah.
And again, like you said, I don't know what's going on with the eyes.
He honestly does look like a zombie because of that. Like, he just... Yeah. Very strange. You know what? Yeah.
Which one's which? There's the axe.
Yeah.
There's not even anything to say there.
No.
Made the animated show, I don't imagine they had much interest in changing it.
It's kind of amazing how so much has changed, and yet her design, I can't even see the difference. I actually don't know if there are any differences. It's just...
You probably would see it like in motion, like close-ups and detailing. I know that the thing with her mouth open. It looks different when they do that shot.
I think her head's a little bigger because, it's just like more cartoonish proportions. I think that's about all I can give you.
Yeah.
That's,
I included it there just for acknowledgement.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that is one thing they just didn't do anything to, and it's like, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. Boy, Penguin.
Like this one, I feel like this might be the most kind of subjective one.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is very different, but not in a sort of like upgrade, downgrade kind of way. It's more of a, like, we've just gone in a different direction here with this character. Like, this character's different now.
Yeah.
No dedicated episodes.
No, the Roxy one I think was his most dedicated episode. Cause,
yeah, that was the most screen time he got.
Yeah. He just has an establishment now, and he has women come in and give him shit. That's what he does now.
Yeah, and I think I said to you before, I'd rather him do that than, because let's be honest, him having dedicated episodes wasn't really working out too well.
You know,
Not have a great track record.
Yeah, good point.
He was just kind of, I think I described him as a less intimidating Two-Face, as your character who's can do general criminal stuff.
Yeah,
He's not physically imposing.
right.
And the bird thing's kind of silly. I like him having the iceberg lounge. You know, I've said all this before.
Yeah.
It's a good policeman. But in terms of design, so I think they did not like the Tim Burton Danny DeVito mutant design. And they had to use it. Warner Brothers told them to use it, and then they did the new version. They're like, "Yay, we don't have to do that anymore. We don't like that design." They did like a more traditional, like kind of Burgess Meredith kind of gentleman penguin.
Yeah.
And that's why I say it's kind of more subjective. I kind of miss Mutant Penguin though. I don't know, just gave him a bit more character.
Yeah, he became a lot more boring with this design. Like,
same voice is worth noting.
Yeah, and I've said it before. I think the voice fits the old design better than the new one. Like, it's weirdly it was a little more cartoony because he had like a very unusual design, whereas now he just looks like he's just kind of a small dude, small white dude.
He looks like rich Uncle Pennybags. Like he looks like or something.
No, he just no, I don't.
I think the mutant thing also just made the old one a little more interesting. It's more amusing that you'd fancy himself a gentleman when he's, you know, from that Veronica Vreeland episode.
Yeah.
He fancies himself a man about town, even though he's like Oswald Cobblepot, it's a freak.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas the new one is kind of small in stature. I mean, this isn't really a design thing. I do like he's pretending to be legitimate, and he has a public image. I think the public image thing would have probably been more interesting if he was still a mutant, though. You know.
Yeah.
If he chose to kind of look like a supervillain, he's trying to overcome that.
Yes, it's like when people give him shit in this one, it's just like, oh, you're illegitimate, you're a bird brain, and it's like, beforehand he was like, oh, you can actually be like, oh, he's just kind of a weird looking dude.
Yeah.
So like you can play off that, but now it's just like, nah, he's just, I don't know, he's Penguin, I guess.
Yeah, it's a downgrade. Not like a terrible one, and I can absolutely see some people preferring it. And definitely probably has a better role in different stories by not ever being the spotlight of any. And that bit with the Tommy gun was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
That was like the most. I mean, he didn't really accomplish much. He did end up getting thrown out the window or something, but that's probably the most he kind of seemed like an intimidating crime boss.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
All right. I think I've talked about this one. I don't like this design. I
don't know what's going on here. It's like the Frank. I think that it's like a throwback to Frank Gorshin, like the '60s show. Wear like a cat suit because Midler's known to wear cat suits, you know, things like that. But the suit's better.
Yeah.
Like the what is it, like a leotard with a bowler cap? Like what is that?
He's bald now.
Yeah. He's bald. He shaved his head.
Yeah.
The domino mask is gone. Kind of miss that.
What is going on with his fingers in this picture?
Right. I thought that might come up. Riddler has so few appearances in New Adventures that this isn't actually from that show. This is actually from an episode of Batman Beyond.
Right, you didn't mention that.
This is a good reference image for him. That's not from the show. But it's like, you know what, it's still a good view of him, because he had so few appearances anyway. So what's going on his fingers, he's holding tiny little question marks between them, because I actually remember the episode.
Gotcha,
he's using them as projectiles.
Right,
we'll eventually see.
He's got his own version of the Robin ring, R's, in the The question mark projectile, sure. But,
There's what are those slippers?
I didn't notice that, yeah. He just has slippers on his feet.
These are pajamas. He's in his pajamas. He's going to bed.
I'm gonna throw this down
With
here.
long johns.
This, it's good. It's good that he didn't show up much because this design is terrible.
I don't know. Maybe if he had his own dedicated episode that they didn't cancel, would have really done like a 180 on that. Oh, now I understand. It actually makes way more sense they'd be wearing this.
Yeah,
I've been wearing this suit before. Like, what the hell?
The episode titled "Riddler's Nappy Time." Like, yeah.
Riddler goes to bed.
I don't. Yeah, this.
I just want to talk about the old one as well, just a teensy bit, but just the suit. Like, here's the thing: he's Batman's like intellectual equal. At least he fancies himself to be. So it just kind of makes sense he'd wear the suit. You know?
Yeah. I honestly, I just really like the mask with the no pupils. Like the eyes are just white. I think that's a cool look.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much going on with this design that it fits the character better and is also just cool looking. Like for
Where's the other one? I can't think of a. We don't know anything about this like new Riddler, so the question is just why is he wearing that? Like, what's it supposed to be? Why did he shave his head?
The greatest riddle of all. Why does he look this way?
Riddle me this, Batman. Why have I shaved my head? You're going back into Arkham. What the hell?
I mean, not even the least of which is just this bright ass green too. Like, it's not even like the green that you're used to. It's like this pale, ghostly green. Like, it just looks. It's ugly. It's just.
It's not Riddler green. It's like you said, ghost green.
Yeah, it's that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not good. What a weird thing. And then I scroll down and I see Two-Face twice.
I've seen double here. 4 Two-Faces.
4-Face. Oh my god.
That is very much a original design, and they did it in the new style, and that's it.
Yeah, there's
very little to say there. Anything I say is just purely about art style.
Yeah. There's no differences at all. It's like the way the lips are drawn are slightly different. That's about it.
There's like less. They don't have the red. Honestly, I think like the black lips kind of bring a bit more consistency to his overall look.
Yeah.
This is so goddamn similar.
His eye isn't yellow anymore. It's like whatever. It's whatever. That's, you know what? I'm glad they kept it the same.
Yeah, sort of. Bet that was easier to draw as well, though, because the old one just had like all those like spots and everything, depending on how close the camera was.
Right. Yeah.
It's pretty. I like how sharp this suit looks. It's nice.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It is the same character. Yeah. Same character, new design. That's,
Right.
New art
Speaking
style.
of ones that barely change.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I hate this design. I hate the color scheme. It's just drab, just dark green and olive, like, just ugly. I don't know why his hair is white. I don't...
He looks like a leprechaun.
He does.
Like evil pixie or something, I don't know.
I
mean, it's probably truer to the original, like, Mad Hatter from the book, but this isn't literally the Mad Hatter, it's a guy who thinks he's the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, it's a guy who just likes Alice in Wonderland. He's not literally the Mad Hatter. Like, why?
Yeah, I think that's his height. Yeah, his height. I mean, you can't. We've discussed this anyway. Like the height thing. Like, what happened?
He became shorter. His head is a weird shape. He has pointy ears.
Yeah, he looks like an elf.
He does. He doesn't look like a human anymore.
He looks like some sort of like supernatural thing. Like the reference guy was like, oh, he's sprung to life from the Lewis Carroll books. Like, no, he's a crazy person. He's a cosplayer.
Yeah.
Even the card on his hat, like I mean, it might just be this reference image, but like, he doesn't have even that detail's gone.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, I really don't like the color scheme. I mean, to be fair, the original design is kind of weird,
It is.
admittedly, because he is very lanky. Like, not lanky, he's like super tall, which is an interesting choice. He's got a weird face, like, you know, the Cheshire grin, I suppose you could say.
Yeah. He's got that going
The weird
for him.
mouth. So it was already kind of a weird design. Maybe they could have. Like, actually, I don't dislike the old one, but I can also see a reality where they actually improved on that one. Maybe just made it a bit slicker.
Right.
There's just something slightly off about the old design. Like, I like it, but there's,
Yeah,
I
sure.
feel like it could have been better. What they did is not the solution.
Yeah, it's like I'm not defending the old design as being perfect, but it was like, you know, I liked it enough. It's fine. It's just if you're going to make changes to it, none of these changes worked at all.
There seems to be a mentality in the show where like everything has to be more literal for the kids. You know, plant lady has to look more like a plant lady, and you know, the clown guy has to look like a zombie. No,
I don't know. It's weird how some
like less human.
Some characters, they didn't change anything, and some of them they were just like, let's redesign this entirely. And I don't know why they redesigned a lot of them. I get Scarecrow.
They have a new art style, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem is like Batman's grounded in reality, and then so I can sort of buy that all the villains are, you know, human in origin. They're all, you know, they're just different people.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I don't know, maybe it's because they're introducing Superman that they have to make Batman's villains more extreme. And
maybe I don't know.
More over the top. Like, you know, when like Mad Hatter is wearing his clown disguise. Like, he just doesn't look like a normal character in the show. He clearly stands out.
Yeah, for sure.
Not even like a normal clown. Like, there's just something up with this guy.
Immediately, I was just like, "Oh, there he is! It's a Mad Hatter episode." I recognize it right away because he stands out so much. Also, I'm looking at these two images, and it just dawned on me he is significantly paler now, which is a weird trend.
Everyone's paler.
It's strange. Like,
it's because of that bloody red sun. You know, nobody's got any. You know, everyone's getting pale because there's something going wrong with the sky.
Right. I don't know. I dislike it.
Look, I personally wouldn't put that in Baby Mad, but you gave me Joker, so I'll give you that.
Yeah. No, I just...
I'm not as pissed off about it as you are, but I absolutely do not like it all the same.
I just think that everything that they changed was for the worse. I don't think there was an improvement at all. Except maybe, like, I get not making him tall, like, sure, but it's weird that you would change that now. Like...
Yeah. Like I said, I think they could have improved the original design, but that wasn't it.
Yeah, no, this was just the wrong direction. So... Bane,
who never met Batman.
That's right, yeah. He was in a dream sequence, and he met Superman dressed as Batman.
Yeah.
So he didn't really... I guess... Yeah, the dream episode is like his most dedicated episode. He wasn't in a lot of this either.
Yeah, he had like 2 scenes total.
Yeah,
the dream one, and then the when he was like making his gang when Batman wasn't around.
Yeah.
It definitely got more lines than Riddler though, even if he didn't have his own episode. Yeah, I like this redesign. I think it's a little over the top with the spiked collar.
A little bit, but...
Yeah, it's a bit like...
I appreciate it.
A little bit weird, but, you know, well, that kind of works in his favor. Like, this guy looks fucking weird, and I wouldn't want to mess with him, even less so.
Yeah.
Same voice, right?
I think so.
But I know we're talking design, but like just better writing as well. Like, he's just pretty snarky in his new design, whereas the old one was just like, I will find the Batman and I will break him, and then I will take over Gotham. Blah, blah, blah. Whereas the new one, he's just snarky. He's like, yeah.
Oh no, he has great lines in that episode. The
Really, you know, it just makes me wish he was in more.
yeah. No, they did him really well in that, and beforehand.
He had a deal. He's like, thought about it. Didn't work for me.
Yeah, that's such a good bit, and just the delivery, it's great. But the old one is just, he just.
Here's the thing about Bane, like conceptually, he's supposed to be like a genius, or at least he's highly intelligent, but also like muscle bound. So you know, he's breaking the trope of the big muscly guy being stupid. Like he's actually highly intelligent.
Yeah.
Like there's one episode in the original show. Like he was all right. You know, he came up with plans and stuff. But I think just his line delivery in the new design, just that alone, just makes him sound a lot more intelligent. Like he doesn't really do much to demonstrate his planning capabilities and things like that. But just how quippy he is.
Yeah.
Just makes him seem like a lot sharper.
I feel like
than the old one.
It might be unfair because I am basing it on how much more I liked the character as opposed to the design, but I think the design is an improvement. I think it's more intimidating looking. He looks kind of silly before, where it's just a luchador mask and it doesn't have a lot of features to it.
I think the cutout for the nose and the lips are kind of silly looking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also going back to what I said about Scarecrow, I also feel like unmasking the original design just really devalued him.
Yes, absolutely.
It really just made him look pathetic, and like that's when we last saw that design. Whereas if we saw this one unmasked, like I don't want to see this one unmasked. Like he's just so intimidating looking. I'd rather have the mystery there.
Yeah. At the very least, like if you're gonna do that, don't do it to make him look pathetic. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, because I think the producers didn't really like the character, but like just don't do him dirty like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't accomplish anything.
But yeah, no.
And yeah, he looks less like a wrestler and more just I don't know.
He looks like a brute, you know.
Yeah.
He looks like what he is supposed to be, which is just
He can get his own episode.
Yeah, but
then again, maybe that would have spoiled it. I don't know.
Maybe.
So good.
Yeah. Considering how
like someone. Yeah, he got. I mean, he got defeated. What, like in a dream Batman who was kind of pulling out all his punches, and he still kind of got like the last laugh by throwing the bat signal at them.
Yeah.
And then in the other one, he lost to Superman, but that's fucking Superman. Like, shame in that. Like, come on. Like, wow, this guy's weaker than Superman. How pathetic. We'd be like, help me! Just at that moment, that's the new design. I would have devalued this design.
Yeah. Now, Scarface and Ventriloquist.
Hang on, where do we put that, Bane? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not focusing on your tier list.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, better. It's not like. Yeah.
It's better. It's not.
Not quite. It's not quite Scarecrow levels. But
no.
An improvement.
Yeah.
A lot of it's just its lines.
Yeah, for sure. They didn't.
Scarface.
Yeah. Scarface. Don't like it.
No.
I mean, it's a doll, so the doll looking sillier is just whatever, but it looks... The proportions on the doll are fucking strange. Like...
Yeah, especially considering in the episode there was a guy who wore a Scarface costume, which I found more believable for the previous design, not that one.
Yeah...
Also, the scar's in a different place, if it matters. It's too simple.
The big unibrow, I just noticed that.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks dumb, and...
He looks like Ed.
Yeah. And oh my god.
Oh, no cigar. I forgot about that.
I noticed that with Penguin too. Penguin had like the whatever you call those, like extended cigarettes, and
cigarette holder.
Yeah, and no, he doesn't have that either.
I guess they don't want that. I guess it may not so much be a censorship thing, or just like let's just avoid that.
Yeah, I mean they got away with so much else. I can't imagine it being a censorship problem.
But, yeah, but they might have just been like, let's just keep it out of like the actual like model sheet. You know?
Yeah. I also gotta say the ventriloquist looks terrible.
Yeah, I don't like being able to see his eyes, and I hate that his hair is just 4 lines.
He I said he looks like Dilbert, and I meant it. He looks like Dilbert. It just the old design is like it's cool. It kind of works. He looks like the lackey. He kind of looks like a butler, but you know
he looks like he fades into the background more, which is like a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. He looks like a side character, even though he is literally the mastermind. Like, but now he
I think they made his eyes visible to make him more sympathetic. Because he's supposed to be sympathetic in that Reform episode.
Right, because that is his only episode, is a Reform episode. Also, he appears in a dream for some reason, but...
Yeah.
No, so... He feels more human, which I think is an intentional choice, but he still looks just kind of dumb. I just don't like this look.
It's too... Yeah, I mean, he's not even wearing the tuxedo, which... Or I guess in that screenshot there, he's not really dressed for crime. Well, no, he is at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss the tuxedo because he's a ventriloquist. You know, that's what they wear.
Yeah. You know, he just... Yeah.
He just looks like some... He looks like some, like, random, pathetic guy, which, like, yeah, I get is sort of the point, but... I don't know, he just looks like a side character. And the dummy just...
Yeah, removal of colors and just... I don't know, he's just a big white head.
The mouth doesn't really look so much like a dummy's mouth anymore. Like, I remember some weird like animation stuff as well, where I'm pretty sure like he moved his hands when he shouldn't have been able to and stuff like that. The old-fashioned kind of like, I don't know what you'd call it, like the jaw that goes up and down, like it's like pure ventriloquist dummy. Whereas the other one looked like very much you could tell is supposed to be a dummy, whereas because of like the simplified art style, like that could just pass for like a guy.
It just looks like a person.
It could almost because there's less distinction.
He is as cartoony as everyone else, so. Because there's less detail. It's like this is a really stupid example. And you're gonna hate me for this, but like Dynamite Heady. They've got to put like tears and shit in the background because otherwise it would just, because of the low fidelity of a 16-bit game, you wouldn't be able to tell it's supposed to be a set, so they have to put in details to show that. And whereas this simplified art style, you can't tell he's a dummy. There's less detail. Especially because somebody actually impersonates him at some point, which is bizarre. Yeah.
Nah, oh well. How strongly do we feel? You put that in downgrade.
Bottom of downgrade. I feel pretty strongly.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad as those other 4, but it's close.
It's very close, but it is. They could have done worse, and they have done worse.
Yeah.
This Killer Croc.
This is another one which just like. This isn't even the same character. Like, what have they done?
Very weird. Very. He ironically became less pale, but
yeah, he absorbed the pigment from the other ones. I don't know.
He looks like one of Poison Ivy's plant monsters.
He really does. I mean, when we watched that Poison Ivy episode, we just like we saw the guy with the green. It's like, is that Killer Croc? I mean, he's known to impersonate people.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess, like, just to acknowledge, the old design's pretty fucking weird.
It is, yeah.
Admittedly, like, he doesn't really look like any sort of crocodile man, like it's grey, and he has that really weird jaw. That being said, I kind of like it. Like it's fucking weird, but I kind of dig it. He does look like a mutant man. Like it doesn't have to make sense. You know, if someone had a mutation like that, he's like, yeah, it wouldn't literally just be a crocodile. He just kind of looks weird, and we call him that.
Yeah.
Chopped teeth.
That's a nickname for a guy who was just like, what do you even call that? Like, he's Killer Croc, but now it's like, oh, we have to make him actually crocodile-like. It's like, no, you really don't.
There's claw hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said before, he just looks like one of those versions of Reptile.
Yeah, for sure.
He just looks like a lizard man now, and he's... And we're kind of balancing this with like personality and voice acting as well. Like his personality and his voice is just extremely generic now. Like before, he's kind of a lovable dumbass with that, you know, that silly voice.
Yeah.
They're not like stupid, but you know, I threw a rock at him. Whereas the new one just sounds like he's just a thug. He's talking to baby dolls, just like, yeah, I'll be back in a bit, babe. And he's just like, what's just random thug that just happens to be green.
Yeah, he's just a big brute, and he had the one line is like, oh, I'm a human, I just look different, and then that was all the personality you get from him. Otherwise, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a rude guy.
Yeah, he's just rude. He's very green, and I guess he's strong. I don't know. We don't really... doesn't really do much.
No, he doesn't do a whole lot.
Kind of wild that he got more fucking screen time than Vidler. So weirded out by that.
I mean, considering the episode that he got, Riddler's probably happy.
Yeah.
Probably good that we didn't actually get more Riddler. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna call this a downgrade. It's just a lot less interesting.
Yeah.
I wasn't in love with the original design, but the only reason I'm not like saying it's worse is because like the original one's like quirky, and I kind of like it, but I don't love it either. I feel like they could have. It's a bit like Mad Hatter, whereas I'm fine with the old design, but I feel like they could have improved it maybe a bit.
Yeah, and instead of improving it, they just kind of made it worse. Yeah, it's yeah. Got nothing for that.
Yeah.
And then there's Baby Doll.
Yeah.
Baby Mad, yes. Okay, it's one of those things where I didn't remember the differences, and then seeing it back to back, it's like, yeah, there are definitely differences, but it's simplified.
It's hard not to talk about the art style, but I think the new one just kind of looks like shit.
Yeah,
like, it's not like the worst thing ever, but it just like I'm not emotionally charged about this. I just think I'm looking at it and just like, that's kind of shitty. Like, that just kind of sucks.
She went from looking like a named character to looking like a background character.
Honestly, yeah.
Like, I mean, but barring the black lipstick, because of course she has black lipstick now.
Everyone's goths in this.
I guess, yeah.
In the show. Why is Joker the one without lips?
Don't know.
Everyone's wearing lipstick. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to ignore like the art style differences, but I really just don't like this. It's too dumb.
It's too simple.
It's too simple. It's too simple.
You took out all the details, and now it's just like the curls are a nice look, and now it's just ponytails, and it's just like blah.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah. Like, the ribbons are gone. It's just like a couple of hair bands. It's been a while since I've watched these shows, but it's what I kind of imagine, or sort of what I remember, like Tiny Toons looking like, and they're supposed to like the ones they did in the latter half of the 90s, like Animaniacs. I might be off there, but
oh, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just hard to take. Here's another thing as well, like you know, Baby Doll's like a weird character, and they could have conveyed that a bit more interesting. It's not pictured here. I missed the doll gun.
Yes,
Like
absolutely.
that was a small part of it. That's still part of her design, and I missed it when it was gone. Just a weird thing she would use, but it was memorable.
As opposed to what, like, little bouncy ball that she just threw around.
Uh,
It's like, it's a smoke
yeah,
grenade. Amazing.
and her tattoo standing in the middle of the road. That was, I figured if I said in the actual review, but that also would have gotten Croc killed as well, potentially. Like,
Yeah, yeah. He,
weird plan.
yeah, he's a big dude. He can take it. I don't know.
Sure, alright. Yeah, so more of an art style thing, but I would still say this is... I'd say downgrade. Probably not baby mad, because I wasn't in love with the old design either. It's just a weird concept anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's definitely, it kind of just looks like shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how strongly you feel.
No, I agree.
Honestly.
I think after seeing the images back to back, it does definitely stand out a lot more. The ways that it's just like anything that they changed, it was for the worst. It's like, I understand they had to simplify it a little bit, but like you could do like the curls, but just simplify how they're drawn, you know? But instead it's just, let's just change it to something that's even more just generic looking. Just take away everything that really makes it stand out.
Yeah.
And then we get into a different show because this guy was not in Batman proper in this iteration, but he also wasn't normal at any point, it looks like.
Yeah.
He...
that kind of makes the comparison a bit weird.
Yeah.
They made him more... I kind of threw this into, sort of be completionist. It's not the fairest comparison.
Yeah.
I guess there was that bit where he got old at the end of the... Anyway. I can't really compare. This is his eyes are like dark above, and because his eyes are sagging when he's old.
Yeah, I guess.
Not really much to say, to be fair. I think he does like temporarily grow young, but then he gets all like he does like a big rage. So
yeah,
I'm kind of just being a completionist here, but it's very much just the new style.
Yeah, no notes.
Not really much to say. Yeah, that's in the middle there.
It's rage. Speaking of,
Oh yeah.
not much to say about this either.
Not really.
That...
It definitely looks. Yeah, it's like I kind of feel a bit bad. I did this somewhat chronologically. That's just why I stuck these two on the end. So it's kind of weird to end with this one that's very unremarkable, but yeah, new art style. She looks fine. She still has the hair covering her eye. I think she wears like the cat suit a bit more, so kind of a quote costume's a little more established.
Yeah.
But it's a lady. It's
Yeah.
a lady in this show, so if she changed her hair or changed her lipstick, she could pass the Lois Lane apparently.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Just put that right next to Raish. They came into this style perfectly fine, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're not too crazy.
Yeah,
and their costumes they weren't really wearing the normal costumes. I think old Raish was wearing a bathrobe or something. Yeah. But that's fine.
Yeah, like, I recognized them. I didn't have to be like, oh, that's what they look like now. It's like, oh, there they are. That's them.
Yeah.
There you go. So,
That's it.
that's that. I guess this is now the proper end to a video recorded like a couple of weeks ago. So,
Yeah.
The new Batman Adventures. But We had some good times, and we had a lot of bad times.
The best times and the worst of times.
Yeah, I am.
I'm eager to move on.
I'm glad to put this behind me. It is not the most exciting chapter in the animated DC saga.
But it was fun to look at.
It was, yeah. It's fun.
Very much a transitional phase for them making a wider universe in preparation for Justice League and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely them like, oh, we're doing Superman now. We've got to be a bit more consistent, and we cannot have these lavishly detailed characters anymore.
Right.
This is going to be a nightmare to animate when Superman's flying around, punching people through buildings and stuff.
We have to make her design so that ACOM can't even screw them up.
Pretty much, honestly, yeah.
but
yeah.
God, the disparity on this tier list is
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot of improvement at all.
Scarecrow just fucking shouldering that, but that's more of a testament to how bad the original designs were.
Yeah, I mean...
Man, the new one's good, though. Like, damn good.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I guess from here, it's, we're gonna go beyond.
Yeah. Of the future.
In the future. That name is terrible.
Yeah, it is.